Light refraction is actually a digital scanner, visual reader. It's just a organic VGL. Dr. Raquel Martin. Good people. Dr. Raquel Martin, PhD, licensed clinical psychologist, professor, and scientist. Just good people. Her Instagram, of course, 323,000 followers. Dr. Raquel Martin, psychologist. But, good stuff. Just good people. It's like 110,000 likes, whatever this video, this clip was, and all that. No, comedian Josh Johnson. But there's the season 2024 look ahead, Champions modes, Arcane, everything. First look at Arcane 2. Awesome. Amen. Amen. Glad he's running. Oh, let's. Season 2024, look ahead, Champion mode, Arcane, Divinity. Season 2024.
Hey folks, I'm Andre, also known as Medler.
And I'm Jeremy, aka Wright Brightman. Welcome back. We hope you all had a wonderful and happy holiday season, and we're really excited to welcome you to season 2024.
Now, we're filming this video in early November, so anything that happens between now and the start of the season won't be covered in this video. Today, we're going to be joined by more folks from across the league team to talk about some of the things coming in 2024, like ranked updates, new champions, some information about Arcane Season 2, and some updates on esports.
Now, before we get started, don't forget that when you jump into a game in 5 days, Summoner's Rift is going to look and feel a little bit different. Get ready for some new objectives, map changes, and updates to the core item system. And as a reminder, Season Start Cinematic is going to be releasing next week on January 10th.
Hey everyone, I'm Matthew Long Harrison, the lead gameplay designer for League. I wanted to take a moment to talk to you all about some of our thoughts on Ranked, some of our learnings from the changes we made last year, and what we want to do this year to help make your climbs better for Season 2024. Last year, we added Emerald tier and increased LP gains to help alleviate any pain from increasing the number of rank resets each year. And while we've seen an overall increase in match quality, there were some side effects that moved us away from where we want to take Ranked. We've seen much larger differences in visible ranks in games, meaning many of you saw players with different ranks in your matches, like a plat player in a silver game. So we're making some focused improvements on how the rank system evaluates players' skill to reduce these situations. These changes will be going live when you start your rank climb next week. The changes should help resolve some other pain points, such as losing more LP than you gain, even with a positive ranked win rate overall. And also help with differentiating between Smurf accounts and new players. As always, we'll be closely monitoring these changes, as well as your feedback, to make adjustments as needed. Best of luck in your climbs, and welcome to Season 2024.
Hi everyone, I'm Lexi Gao, aka Raya Lexical, the Champions team lead.
And I'm Soap May, also known as Soapbox, production lead on the Champions team.
We've been working on Skarner's update for a while now, and we've been polishing him up.
These two are whom, yeah, Frozen has done an incredible job understanding gameplay and rain. But
Hi everyone, I'm Lexi Gao, aka Raya Lexical,
Lexi Gao, aka Riot Lexical,
the Champions team lead.
I could take her job. Do her job better than she can.
And I'm Soap May, also known as Soapbox.
Soap May, Soapbox, production lead on Champions team. I could take both their jobs.
Production lead on the Champions team.
We've been
Because he just deferred to the champion lead, which is Lexical, versus even though you're almost like a number 2 in command for the champions.
Working on Skarner's update for a while now, and we've been polishing him up to be ready for.
Because there's the ideas that I've submitted to Riot Games, they've taken and used. So, yeah. Since Riot Games are already taking my ideas that I'm giving to them and implementing them, I could just probably replace them. I could do the job better than they could do the job.
Well, he's getting ready for some fun too. Last time we talked about Skarner, we showed his gameplay, but we never really talked about his lore.
Skarner was a founding member of the Yuntal, where he helped guide and shape Ixtal into the prospering region it is now. He is, however, very suspicious of the outside world and believes that Ixtal should be isolated to be safe, and he will not hesitate to run down intruders to keep it that way. We are currently finishing up Skarner's VGU, and we can't wait for you to skitter across the rift in the first half of the year.
After Skarner, we're working on 2 other champion updates. The first one is for a champion we haven't talked about before, but plays a pretty big role in a show that maybe you heard about. Arcane. We want to bring their Arcane version to the Rift with updated visuals and VO, while also giving some love to their gameplay. You can expect to see them early next year after the second season is over. As for what comes after, but plays a pretty big role in a show that maybe you heard about. Arcane.
Oh, this is Arcane League of Legends. This character, I think, is the Noxian, just like a Noxian general, I think. Or Noxian, like, commander. But I don't know how she fights. But it's this, Dark woman that's like the mother to, her daughter now sits like on a Piltover council or something. Or, yeah, that has to be her, because I see the red and the black.
We want to bring their Arcane version to the Rift with updated visuals and VO, while also giving some love to their gameplay. You can expect to see them early next year after the second season is over. As for what comes after the Arcane-inspired VGU, we're excited to announce that we'll finally be tackling Shyvana.
She has a great theme and has become an iconic part of the League roster.
Sorry, y'all. I have to stop this right here because there's something a little more important happening. Towards the Amendment, Section 3. Something just happened.
We just got this. The Supreme Court now, and I'm holding in my hand what just came out late here on a Friday on the deadline, granting the petition to hear this controversial, sweeping Colorado case, which, according to the state of Colorado's courts, has tried to disqualify Donald Trump from being on that state's primary ballot. This is a big deal. Here's what it means. Donald Trump currently will remain on that primary ballot because the Supreme Court will be reviewing that decision. And that ballot is being certified today. This is a Friday night news because it's news on Friday night because Friday night was the deadline. If you're wondering why this broke so late in the week, the Supreme Court has already decided through this grant of certiorari that they will hear the oral argument soon on February 8th on this case. The nation's highest court is now stepping in to hear a big election-related case in this 2024 race where, yes, people may be bracing for a Biden-Trump rematch, but we don't have any results from the voters yet. In fact, what the Supreme Court is doing tonight, what it would argue it feels it has to do to weigh into an open controversy, is the court already getting involved in the 2024 race before any votes have been cast. The New York Times reporting on this breaking news and its significance tonight. The case could, quote, alter the course of this year's presidential election. We have very special coverage for you right now, including not only our legal experts, but in the moments ahead, the top elections officials from the state of Colorado who everyone wants to hear from tonight. But we begin with our legal eagles, former federal prosecutor Renato Mariotti and Rick Hasson, law professor at UCLA, one of the nation's foremost election law experts. His new book, A Real Right to Vote, How a Constitutional Amendment Can Safeguard American Democracy, comes out next month. Welcome to both of you. This is a breaking story, so first I want to hear your straightforward reactions. As mentioned, we have the top elections official in Colorado coming up, and I have a little miniature breakdown coming up about why this could be such a long-shot case for those who are hoping to get the Supreme Court to sign on to disqualifying Trump from the ballot if that's deemed by this or other states to be their desired legal outcome. Renato, first, though, your reaction to the Supreme Court even taking this case, getting involved?
I think it's the right move. The Supreme Court ultimately was going to have to get involved here, and it's better to do so earlier and on an expedited schedule rather than later. That said, I really think that the Supreme Court has got a number of outs that it has where it can essentially get Trump back on the ballot. And with this majority, I really would not be surprised if they decide that the amendment is not self-executing, or he's not an officer of the United States, or this is a political question, or one of a number of ways that they...
When you are the commander of rank, so you become a federal officer, you go from civilian to, once you're president, yes, your role in terms of what's it called? You can't be active duty military run for a political office. You can be retired and still want to join. You think about it, are you then a veteran commander, or are you just the commander? You've attained the rank because you're now leading U.S. military as a civilian side of it. But you're plucked as a civilian or nominated as a civilian, but then once you're then U.S. president, you then become a commander, which is then an officer rank in the federal government. And since Trump was former president, he's now a former commander, former officer of the executive branch, duly doing his duties, leading a military unit, such as the U.S. military in all 6 branches now, because we went from 5 to 6 branches. So, yes. I would say, the funny part is that if you were a civilian that never held the rank of the president, but because he was the former president, he's a former commander, he's a former officer of the federal government, leading federal military. So, versus if he was never the president, then you would always be a civilian. Then again, it'd still be weird because then there would be no presidential immunity or whatever. But either way, basically the 40 Amendment Section 3 is basically self-executing.
They can essentially...
And states have already determined via their Supreme Courts that President Trump is an insurrectionist or a white nationalist fascist scumbag to try to violently infiltrate the U.S. government with other U.S. domestic white nationalist terrorist cells. So yeah.
Sidestep this issue.
But I want to turn now to a little bit more of what this means, why it's a big deal that the Supreme Court has taken, which we just got moments ago, this big challenge that tries to boot Trump off the ballot. They're going to hear the Colorado case. What happened there, as you may recall, because it was widely reported, was that process went all the way up to the state Supreme Court of Colorado and resulted in them saying Trump can be banned from the ballot. That was a huge deal. Now, this case, as I've mentioned, and I think we just heard our guest refer to this, is a legal long shot. Whether you like or dislike Donald Trump, whether you personally think there's overwhelming evidence he tried to overthrow the election, as a legal matter, we are going to show you briefly why this is a Hail Mary. Nothing like this has happened in a presidential race. There is basically no precedent for a state unilaterally booting a presidential candidate, let alone a former president, off the ballot. It's a big deal and a high bar typically to disqualify a presidential candidate. It's controversial. Take one summary from the New Yorker, which is not exactly known for rooting for Donald Trump in court or any other venue, which said this is basically a high-risk legal effort, that it could inflame political divisions, cast a shadow over the 2024 election, and still ultimately result in Trump winning in court, meaning you spend months pushing this, but you don't boot him off the ballot. It was huge news when the state Supreme Court did say that under their view and their standards of what they define as engaging in insurrection, they wanted to permanently disqualify Trump from that state's primary ballot. Now, the Supreme Court's going to hear this case. Trump basically skips the issue for right now because any of those changes in the primary will be held off. Now, I mentioned that we have this big guest coming up. Colorado Secretary of State, the top elections official there, Jena Griswold, would be now certifying that very primary ballot today. And we're going to get her reaction, first TV reaction, first live reaction on the beat to this ruling tonight. But I want to explain to you that Colorado's challenge, as we referred to, is actually one of many challenges now in over 30 states. There are different ways and different mechanisms being used to try to say that Trump's involvement in January 6th and or an actual insurrection should mean he can't even get on those states' ballots. But only two so far, Colorado, as we've been explaining, and Maine, through a single official there, have tried to go as far as just booting him from the ballot. Now, many legal experts think these challenges may not win at the Supreme Court. And then you have to look at the process, which we're going to get into both with our guests and then ultimately with the Secretary of State tonight, which is fairness, due process, rules of evidence, and justice. All of that requires not abusing a state process or the state courts just because you disagree with someone. In other words, just trying to get around the actual election and the actual participation of the voting public to disqualify those you disagree with. That is why it is supposed to be a very high bar, and that's why we always try to keep it real around here. I'm telling you, this case is a long shot for all those reasons, and unless Donald Trump is actually formally convicted of insurrection, it would be hard to see whether and why this should be the route to stopping him.
Oh, incorrect. You actually do not need a conviction. I will correct Arya right there. During the American Civil War, they removed members of Congress because they were met within, decided to meet in the Carolinas to formulate, I believe it was, what's it called? It was like 18 members of U.S. Congress, officially just removed from the U.S. government and from Congress because of the Insurrection Act. Or we call it the KKK Act. Because their Insurrection Act, inside of it, has a self-executing policy. Basically, if you're caught being part of the KKK, they'll point to fight against white nationalist fascist scumbags. Is 14th Amendment, Section 3, subsection 3. So, you actually do not need a conviction whatsoever. You just need evidence that the individual participated in or acting in a coup or coup d'etat, or acting in an insurrection, giving aid or comfort to white nationalist fascist scumbags. That's why we also call Insurrection Act the KKK Act, aka the 14th Amendment, Section 3. It's actually a whole other set of policies around the Insurrection Act or the KKK Act for this very reason, and you do not need a conviction whatsoever. So, yeah, Ari is incorrect to the most basic and most powerful form of U.S. government to combat domestic terrorists. So, yeah, and people wondering, like, what? Well, the largest known fucking terrorist group is the KKK and their fucking offspring. They've been this way. The Ku Klux Klan in the United States have killed more people the past 200 years than any other terrorist organization in the world. So yeah. And then from the KKK, they branched off and created like the White Brotherhood, the Base, Proud Boys, Bungalow Boys, the what's it called, Skinheads, or they're all underneath the banner of the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan. They actually just at their core, you don't call them what they are. You don't call them what they want to be called. You call them what they are. So they're just white nationalist, fascist scumbags. So Ari's incorrect on that matter. So let's see what.
We're joined now by Colorado Secretary of State, the top elections official, and involved in this case, Jena Griswold. Thank you for coming on the beat tonight.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, Ari.
Your reaction to the Supreme Court taking this Colorado case tonight?
I think it's a good thing for the United States Supreme Court to look at this case. Ultimately, the American people deserve to know whether someone who engages in insurrection can then serve in the highest position that we have in the United States.
Yeah, and you've said some of that before. You've referred to the idea that he has engaged in insurrection. And yet there's so many important due process questions here, no matter what one thinks about that particular candidate. And so just confirming up top, Donald Trump hasn't been convicted of insurrection by a jury, right?
That's right. And something that I disagree with you on was your assertion that a criminal prosecution was necessary. Because historically, that is not how Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has worked. Hundreds.
She's correct. So Ari said earlier on the show was incorrect. And I'm glad that the Secretary of State, Jena Griswold, also agrees with what I already know. If you're an American historian, I consider myself an amateur American historian, already knows this. And so, yeah.
Of Confederate soldiers and
but the reason Ari said something incorrectly or false is because he doesn't know American history. So.
Officials were removed
from hundreds. My bad. Not just 18 members of Congress, but
been convicted of insurrection by a jury, right?
That's right. And something that I disagree with you on was your assertion that a criminal prosecution was necessary. Because historically, that is not how Section 3 of the 14th Amendment has worked. Hundreds of Confederate...
Don't get me wrong, that's because Ari is a former lawyer, maybe he is still a practicing lawyer, but is so used to modern law that he forgot the historical context and not understanding American history.
The 14th Amendment has worked. Hundreds of Confederate soldiers and officials were removed from office after the Civil War.
Oh, it wasn't just 18 members of Congress, it was hundreds of officers were removed from U.S. government because they were basically they were becoming Confederate officers. So,
under this procedure without a criminal prosecution.
And
Donald Trump has been afforded due process. He had a trial by a district court in Colorado. He then had a trial in front of the Colorado Supreme Court. And Ari, I think it's noteworthy that Trump did not show up. You would think that if your candidacy was being challenged in such a way that you would at least show up to defend yourself, but he decided not to. Of course, he had his lawyers there arguing on his behalf. But Donald Trump has been afforded due process, and there does not need to be a criminal prosecution for enforcement or disqualification under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
So let's explore several of those points. The Civil War, of course, was the original impetus for this. Folks who actually engaged in armed battle, war, and what many viewed as rebellion is quite different from what he did that day, what everyone thinks of it. You acknowledge he wasn't convicted. He also hasn't been charged. We can put up on the screen, there is a...
No, but I don't know why Ari's saying that Trump didn't just do what we all just saw that he did. We all saw it live on January 6, 2021. I don't know why Ari said it like that. As if he's trying to absolve Trump of any sort of blame. Because the state governments of Colorado and Maine have already determined, hey, we're removing him from the ballot because he's white nationalist and fascist insurrectionists, try to violently overthrow the U.S. government. Using his base to, what would he say on the podium again? It was, fight like hell to take back your country, quote, unquote, from Trump. So that was the basic kill command order from Trump to his loyalists. Storm and attack the U.S. Capitol. To try to stop peaceful transfer of power between one presidency to another. So yeah.
Federal insurrection statute. When you go into court, that's one of the first things the judges ask about, as you know, this decision, and the dissents reference it. And Donald Trump, even by Jack Smith, wasn't charged with that. So is this really a fair and good way forward if he hasn't even been charged, let alone convicted of the...
Why did he even say fair, good way forward? It's not even necessary.
A federal statute that is related to the insurrection that you say he committed.
The United States Constitution does not say that someone is disqualified from further office if they are convicted for insurrection. It says very clearly, engage in insurrection or rebellion. So that is the clear language of the United States Constitution. There have only been 2 courts in the United States to look at the question of whether he engaged in insurrection. And those 2 courts determined that he did. Ultimately, this is going to be one of the questions before the United States Supreme Court.
I think we should be careful, though. I'm gonna jump in and let you respond. I think we should be quite careful about that because, again, what everyone thinks of Donald Trump and the public evidence, he has not been charged with insurrection. He has not.
But you do not need to be charged with an insurrection. You just have to engage in the act of rebellion or giving aid and comfort to an insurrectionist, into which Trump has already done multiple times, stating that he calls the January 6th persons patriot hostages and plans to pardon them all. Is already a white nationalist fascist piece of shit giving aid and comfort to insurrectionists. In fact, Donald Trump's already said that on the podium on his current presidential run. He should already be locked away in federal prison for stolen U.S. secrets from the White House. So yeah, and then the news just dropped this week that basically he's enriched his own pockets, violating the emoluments clause, once he received millions of dollars from foreign governments and foreign persons. So yeah, that would also bar him and ban him from running for the presidency. But that's the difference.
Convicted of insurrection in any criminal sense. So
no, you do not need to be. I don't know what Ari's doing. Well, what I have seen Ari is doing is it sounds like Ari Melbourne is posturing by trying to help Donald Trump in so much way. But either or, even if he's a lawyer, he used to be a lawyer, he's incorrect in what he's saying right here. So.
Judges in a different process announce their views. That's fine.
No, it's Colorado Supreme Court and Maine Supreme Court, and lifelong Republicans. There was about 6 of them had already filed their case against Trump, and he had plenty of time to battle against it. And this is pretty much it right here. And so, at the very last second, did Trump and his team, not months prior, because they've already had seen the what's it called? There was, I think like an Mises brief or something like that, to bring up the fact that, hey, we need to apply the Insurrection Act to Donald Trump. And so once that took months process, and then once the Colorado Supreme Court saw it, they also gave months and time to deliberate it. And so it goes back to basically, like for example, state of California, their junior senators and lower senators have already written so many policies that then affect the state of California. They either go on the ballot or they don't go on the ballot if you're trying to vote for the state of California. And for future elections, you're trying to get new provisions and public orders either made or not made or removed into the California's constitution. So, for example, basically up until the last day, the last minute, did Trump's team not months prior, trying to litigate or adjudicate the findings from the Colorado Supreme Court that basically removed him from presidency. They've already, it goes back to like how women have lost their reproductive rights in Texas. Well, that's the Texas Supreme Court and their shitty, sexist, racist fucking policies to target women of color and women in general to remove them from having proper reproductive care to protect their bodies. In Texas versus in California, our California state and California Supreme Court have already ruled, pro and for women's reproductive rights, to give them the ability to have full bodily autonomy. They get to decide. They get to decide what they want to do with their body because it's their body. And so, like any kind of state, they can implement and enact their laws. And what's great with the 14th Amendment, Subsection 3, is that it's self-efficating, it's self-executing. So, yeah.
What their views are, but I don't think we should say here on TV or to the public that he's been convicted of insurrection. He hasn't. Those are their.
Yeah, she didn't say that. And nor do you ever have to be convicted of an insurrection. You have to engage in an insurrection. So, Ari's missing the point. And Ari's fumbling. As a long-time ESPN dude, it's like he's siding with white power, with Trump, and these white nationalist fascist piece of shits. So,
about what they think happened. I did want to read for you from the dissents as well in the case and get your response to this, and we're going to give you time here, but as you know, some of these justices who dissented made the very arguments that are going to ricochet probably in the Supreme Court. Reading from some of the key points, they state that the ballot law was not enacted in Colorado to decide if a candidate engaged in insurrection. That the hearing that disqualified Trump was actually this low, sort of 51% evidence standard, which is not the way to adjudicate something of this magnitude. As for due process, one of the judges argued that it was really makeshift proceedings that didn't have discovery, subpoenas, witnesses, or a fair trial.
These were of the Colorado judges giving their opinion because they wanted it a certain way. Basically, they're siding with white power. So these three Colorado written dissents was basically the majority has already shown that the president engaged in an insurrection by commanding his loyalists to storm and attack the U.S. Capitol, to fight like hell, to take back their country, quote unquote. So, and then giving aid and comfort to known insurrectionists that were charged with conspiracy against the United States. So basically, once these people are going to federal prison for 20 years, 15 years, 17 years, 10 years, 12 years, hundreds and hundreds, there's over like thousands of Trump loyalists arrested for storming attacking the U.S. Capitol. Those that engaged into prior mediated actions, premeditated action, were already charged with conspiracy against the United States. So Trump, as president, during his whole campaign right now, recently, the past year, saying that he's going to pardon January 6th hostages, Patriot hostages, whatever. All of that is giving aid and comfort to known insurrectionists. So the way Ari Melber is talking as if he's siding with white power, which is Donald Trump.
So. And thus it was really masquerading as a run-of-the-mill state election code claim. What do you say too important to adjudicate in a real criminal trial what happened with January 6th to just have some judges kind of make it up over a couple weeks in a proceeding that doesn't have basic rules of evidence?
Oh, but they didn't make up anything because we've already... Oh, my goodness.
Well, I have to strongly push back on you. I think the judges in Colorado are serious judges that follow the law, procedures, and rules of evidence. So I do believe that they gave Donald Trump a fair trial, and it's on him if he decided not to show up. And I'll push back one...
Yeah, there you go. Thank you to the State Secretary of Colorado. The judges that are above her, the Supreme Court judges, already had given Trump and their team months and months of plenty of time to re-adjudicate the case against him, to remove him from the ballot, and he waited until the last fucking day to try and have an amicus brief to have his guys try to litigate against it, and then they'll fall face as a last resort because they knew they couldn't show up in court months prior to pull him onto the ballot because he already committed by giving aid and comfort to known fucking insurrectionists. So the way Ari's talking is like he's siding with white power. Like he can fuck off with that shit. Basically, and he's fumbling as a modern lawyer because he doesn't have any fucking understanding of U.S. history. So,
time and say again, historically, a conviction was not needed. Whether the United States Supreme Court decides to go in a different way
I'll
on
let you
that.
finish, but for Civil War...
no, he just interrupted her. It, nothing to do with the fucking... The...
Civil War combatant.
No, because there are hundreds of officers that were removed from the U.S. government. They're not Civil War combatants. They were pro-white nationalist piece of shit. They were pro-Confederate members. They joined to try to create another government within the United States in terms of the Confederacy down in like Georgia or whatever it was. And they originally met like in the North Carolinas, and then they reconvened and then pushed their own fictitious capital into Georgia. So.
Well, this procedure of disqualification was not only used during post-construction during right after the Civil War. It's been used various other times. But you're right, it's not a provision that is normally used because we usually do not have folks try to engage in insurrection and run for office. But to answer your initial question, do I agree with the dissent? No, I do not. In Colorado, we periodically look and disqualify candidates for not being eligible. If a candidate isn't a natural-born citizen, they have been disqualified from the Colorado ballot various times.
Mm-hmm.
If
Thank you.
candidates are not qualified under state or federal law, we do not put them on the ballot.
Thank you.
But ultimately, these questions will go before the United States Supreme Court.
But she's also saying, the state secretary is basically saying, like, look, we already have self-executing laws that bar members from running for state governments. And it happens all the fucking time. Individuals can try to ramp up campaigns and then apply, try to run for Congress or state governments, but then the state and federal laws that are self-executing that then remove people from the ballot happens all the time. And she brought the point that you have non-Americans or non-eligible members trying to run for government, and let's say they're not, they don't have their citizenship, then they are removed from the ballots. So, yes.
Colorado Supreme Court got it right, and this is a big precedent for the country. So just like you, we'll wait and see what the United States Supreme Court says.
Absolutely, and I think it's great to kind of talk it out and learn what...
But why did he say absolutely? Because we already have a corrupt Supreme Court. We have a known white nationalist fascist piece of shit in Trump who installed 3 Supreme Court judges. That is...
Perspective is on that. You're certainly very knowledgeable. With regard to the best way to do this, if that were the outcome, what you say you think would be better, what's to stop judges in Texas from holding a proceeding over a couple weeks and determining that other people engaged in what they call insurrection through their judicial process without hearing witnesses, without having a criminal standard of evidence, without allowing subpoenas to get the other side? What's to stop this, which even if people view it as a potentially well-meaning effort, from creating another round of legalized sort of chaos in our election?
It's not legalized chaos, because those Supreme Court judges would have to look at a series of evidence that shows that an individual engaged in insurrection.
Bullet points on that and let you respond, because you can imagine these criticisms coming up in another area. Again, the Chief Justice in the dissent here says the Colorado ballot law mandates 2 deadlines in this case. Neither were honored. The court suspended proceedings for 2 weeks, and the majority argues that the lower court just substantially complied, which, if true, he says, basically renders the statute's 5-day and 48-hour requirements meaningless. And going on to say something that I think we have to take seriously, quite honestly, as a society with the rule of law, the next quote I'm going to read says, even if we're convinced a candidate committed horrible acts, quote, there must be due process before we can declare that individual disqualified from holding public office.
That's also not true. This Colorado dissent basically is the other judges that voted in favor of white power and Trump. And so it's not necessary. Literally, the state secretary of Colorado just stated that we already have self-executing laws that remove members from running for state government, federal government, because there's already laws in place that disqualify people. So people can apply and try to run for state or federal, and then there's already self-executing laws that will bar and ban and disqualify individuals. They don't meet certain criteria. So.
And on a matter as weighty as insurrection,
election.
Not the fucking state.
But you're right, it's not a provision that is normally used because we
Say it
usually do not have folks try to engage in insurrection and run for office. But to answer your initial question, do I agree with the dissent? No, I do not. In Colorado, we periodically look and disqualify candidates for not being eligible. If a candidate isn't a natural-born citizen, they have been disqualified from the Colorado.
Yeah, if a candidate's not a natural-born citizen, even if they try to run a campaign, you are
ballot various
disqualified
times.
multiple
If
times.
candidates are not qualified under state or federal law, we do not put them on the ballot. But ultimately, these questions will go before the United States Supreme Court. I do think the Colorado careful going to have to
And the concern that this could run amok on both sides endlessly if this decision were to hold.
Well, I think we're going to have to disagree on the due process issue. Under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, these are civil trials. Donald Trump was afforded due process.
Yes, he was. So these are civil trials. Donald Trump was afforded due process. They didn't do shit for fucking months, and they waited the last day to try to file an amicus brief.
And if the United States Supreme Court disagrees, that they can say so. I do.
Yeah, and the Supreme Court will not, because he was already given fucking due process. He didn't do shit for months before Colorado removed him.
We have to be very careful in saying a judicial process was not fair. The Colorado courts acted fairly. There were witnesses. There was a standard
There you go.
of evidence.
There were witnesses.
And procedure.
There was evidence. There was standard.
And Donald Trump had due process.
Yeah, due process.
Now, we can disagree with that, but it's not some...
You wouldn't say he had the due process.
And then why is Ari interrupting the state secretary when she's talking about what the fuck just happened?
Of like a criminal defendant, would you?
No, because it's not a criminal case. There's different standards.
This is not a criminal case. This is a civil case, civil action, civil court, not a criminal court. All right, you're a fucking lawyer, so I don't know how you get those two fucking things mixed up. Unless he's trying to side with white power with Donald Trump.
For a criminal case than a civil case. But I do think it's
Thank you.
really
Like the secretary
dangerous.
just fucking said after I unpaused it. There's a difference between a criminal case, a criminal court, and a civil case, civil court.
It's
So I don't know how the fuck Ari get those two things mixed up.
There's different standards. So I do think we have to be very careful in saying a judicial process was not fair. The Colorado courts acted fairly. There were witnesses.
There was witnesses. There was already evidence. There was already standard. They gave him fucking months to show up to civil court, and he fucking didn't.
Now, we can disagree with that, but it's not some...
You wouldn't say he had the due process of like a criminal defendant, would you?
No, because
And then why the fuck did Ari like quadruple fucking blink when he said that shit? Like even what he's saying, he doesn't believe anything he's fucking saying because he's siding with Donald Trump, siding with white power.
a criminal case. There's different standards for a criminal case than a civil case.
Thank you.
But I do think it's really dangerous to say...
Like the state secretary just said, like I just said earlier, there's a difference between criminal court, criminal case, and a civilian case, a civilian court.
That the courts in Colorado did not do an efficient job that respects the law and due process rights. And I highly disagree with you saying that this sets a downward spiral precedent. If a candidate or someone wanting to run for office again engages in insurrection, we need a court to adjudicate those questions. And do it looking at evidence, looking at witness, having a standard of procedure, just like what happened in Colorado. So I don't think that this case should not be adjudicated. Donald Trump is a danger to this country. I believe that. He is a danger to the right to vote. There is clear language in the United States Constitution about the acts that I believe he engaged in, and two Colorado courts do also. Now, there can be disagreement, but
the two different Colorado courts is what we call the lower court and the high court. And so they both have found Donald Trump engaged in insurrection. And everyone does their fucking eyes when they saw January 6th.
We follow a judicial process. That is exactly what's happening here. And ultimately, my job is to follow the law, uphold the Constitution, and listen to the highest court and what they say. And I, of course, as Colorado Secretary of State, will follow whatever the United States Supreme Court issues in this case.
Bingo. Ari's fumbling. But also, And then it comes down to a corrupt Supreme Court. Are they going to side with Donald Trump and white power, or are they going to follow the rule of law? And that's basically.
Folks, just want to take a moment to
In
ask you.
excess of almost poetic irony, while Republicans are neck deep in their effort to impeach Joe Biden for some yet untold and yet unproven crimes related to foreign dealings that there exists no evidence for, House Democrats have released a sprawling report rife with actual evidence of Donald Trump earning at least $7.8 million from foreign governments during his time in office. All of it documented by Trump's own accounting firm. I want to make sure that this is as clear as possible. With zero evidence, Republicans are accusing Joe Biden of doing something that Donald Trump now provably did, all the while claiming that Biden should be impeached and that Trump should become the next president. Please, someone, make it make sense. Of course, if you're looking for someone to make sense of it, here's Jen Psaki laying out pretty clearly.
They basically look pathetic. I mean, they are embarrassed, their dignity is looking, is being questioned here for good reason. And they did, at a moment, they did the right thing. And then they showed they had no spine because they're so desperate to stay in Congress. Is it that great? I mean, it's sad and pathetic, and it's an addiction to Donald Trump by the core of the Republican Party.
Because at the end of the day, this isn't actually about any semblance of fighting corruption or protecting our national security or whatever other tenuous claims Republicans have raised while virtue signaling about the dangers of Joe Biden, for whom, again, there exists no evidence of any wrongdoing. This is solely about running cover for Donald Trump. Republicans know that if they can muddy the waters enough about foreign entanglements, then the whole issue will lose all meaning as far as Americans are concerned. And so they accuse Biden of doing what Trump did, just as they accuse him of being an autocrat, of cheating in the last election, of being opposed to democracy, and on and on. It's the Steve Bannon model of flooding the zone. Republicans aren't just seeking to vilify Biden and absolve Trump, they're looking to decimate the very definition of truth. And of course, every Republican is dutifully falling in line. Just this week, Donald Trump received the backing of every single top House Republican leader, including Tom Emmer and Steve Scalise, both of whom had their own speakership bids destroyed because of Trump, with Trump calling Emmer a globalist rhino who's totally out of touch with Republican voters and questions Scalise's health amid his cancer diagnosis. And yet, right on cue, both of them proudly endorse Trump for president because even as Republicans beat their chest about being alphas, they are happy to broadcast just how small, how spineless, how groveling they actually are. And it's not even just Republicans already in office. Listen to these Republican presidential wannabes, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, who are already lining up Trump pardons.
I would pardon Trump if
Nope.
he is found.
I was also giving aid and comfort to a known insurrectionist.
Found guilty. A leader needs to think about what's in the best interest of the country. What's in the best interest of the country is not to have an 80-year-old man sitting in jail.
Well, I said I'd be willing to do it in order to move the country forward because, to send an almost 80-year-old to send to prison.
Also, DeSantis and Haley giving aid and comfort to a known insurrectionist.
Potentially, is that going to?
Trump has 91 criminal charges against him. Just the dude, the man, doesn't give a shit. No one should give a shit the fact that he's 80. He's a dude who's man who's committed federal criminal acts. He has 91 criminal charges against him. He's a piece of shit. He should not fucking be president. So, there's that too.
Help heal the country, or is that just going to exacerbate the divisions in the country?
To follow that logic, then, if you were in the Oval Office, would you ask Republicans to stand down on investigations of Biden in the spirit of not putting the country through more turmoil?
Well, but Biden has not been held accountable for anything.
And the rest of the GOP is busy doing its part to keep the Trump machine running. James Comer, chair of the House Oversight Committee, issued a statement saying former President Trump has legitimate businesses, but the Bidens do not. He's made 3 times as much as Donald Trump has from foreign governments by cashing in on the Biden.
The Trump family has made $2 billion. His son illegally did something fucking shady when he's in a position of power as the former White House in order to get $2 billion from the Saudis. Like, what the fuck did Jared Kushner do while he was a White House advisor to secure $2 billion from Saudi Arabia? The most likely fucking answer, he sold U.S. secrets. Like, holy fucking shit.
Name, no goods or services were provided other than access to Joe Biden and the Biden network. And of course, it's worth noting...
And the very thing that they're just gaslighting piece of shit GOP members. The very thing that they're accusing the Biden family of doing is what the Trump family already fucking did. So President Trump and he already got caught with millions of dollars flooding into his family from foreign persons trying to get sway to the president. And so that just dropped this past week. And so basically, Trump had illegitimate businesses. What's it called? The Trump and their associates made over billions of dollars. His daughter, as a White House advisor, a non-voted in position, enriched herself by over $300 million from running deals into India and China. This is his daughter, Ivanka Trump. She went from probably making a couple million each year to making $300 million plus from securing deals to her business because of her proxy to her father, who was president at the time, former President Donald Trump, and her position being in the White House, getting access to a lot of fucking information, and then cashing in on the Trump name.
Businesses, but the Bidens do not. He's made 3 times as much as Donald Trump has from foreign governments by cashing in on the Biden name. No goods or services.
And basically, for Trump, the exact same thing. There were no goods or services provided other than access to Trump and the Trump crime family.
Provided other than access to Joe Biden and the Biden network. And of course, it's worth noting for the umpteenth time that there is zero evidence to back up anything that James Comer is alleging here. And yet, he completely deflects when it comes to the actual legitimate evidence of nearly $8 million in emoluments violations from this whole raft of countries. Apparently, that's totally fine.
Oh, wait, hold up.
Active country.
The country is making unconstitutional payments to Trump business. Of these countries, they are also working as an alliance with China and Russia. So, like, yeah. Hungary should not be a NATO ally. Turkey should not be a NATO ally. What you are seeing are corrupt governments. Corrupt governments, more corrupt governments. They're full-on fascist, right-wing. Military control, corrupt governments. Why is the Afghan government that's run by the Taliban right now, giving millions of dollars to Donald Trump when Trump had under Mike Pompeo, Trump's administration had released over 5,000 plus veteran Taliban war criminals released from the prison in Afghanistan under Mike Pompeo, and among that group was the Haqqani network that had some of the more elite members of the Taliban of the Haqqani network were a part of that group that was released of the 5,000 members released from prison. And then they're like one of the original Taliban kind of generals who was basically rotting away in prison was then released, and then he became him and his men then became pretty much the government and persons in control of Afghan. And then now, after Trump and Mike Pompeo, the state secretary, when they released those 5,000 plus Taliban war criminals, and the reason those Taliban are war criminals, the 5,000 plus them, because they would strap bombs to children and have these children walk out to U.S. soldiers and then detonate the bombs around children to kill U.S. soldiers and destroy our vehicles. They would kidnap, Taliban still do this, and had for the past 20 years kidnapped little girls and raped them and have them produce children for their army. And even right now, the Afghan government that's controlled by the Taliban have removed women from all positions of office. Women in Afghanistan can't become school teachers, they can't become mechanics, they can't work anywhere, they can't go to school or education. Once a woman is an adult in Afghanistan, they're sold off like into sex slavery, they're traded like they're in sex slavery, and essentially men have a complete, utter, disgusting control over 50% of their whole population, or women, or sometimes even out globally across the whole world, it's like 53 or 54% is women, because men on average die younger. And so, but then when you look at it now, everything with Afghan, right, with the full Taliban controlled Afghan, why is the Taliban controlled Afghan giving money to millions of dollars to the Trump because Trump just handed Taliban the full country and full control with Mike Pompeo released 5,000 plus soldiers, and among them one of the original like generals of the Taliban that formulated the Taliban. He was rotting in prison, was now out, and his Arcani network, which was like elite, I think like the special forces of the Taliban, then went out and pretty much took control of the whole Afghan government. And so yeah, it just has all of the workings. Like Trump received millions of dollars from Taliban, released the Taliban, forced the evacuation, and basically during the Trump admin, they had already written a policy in place to evacuate and remove all U.S. troops from Afghanistan, and that only helps Russia and China by removing our military bases from Afghan. From essentially, Trump single-handedly destroys Afghan's democracy, and then also by releasing 5,000 plus Taliban prisoners, you also then create a massive army of veteran fucking soldiers and war criminals. They committed violent, atrocious acts. Like I said, when they, raping girls, having them produce children for the Taliban army, and strapping bombs to children's vests and having them blowing up children to kill American soldiers. And so, and now they're back out into the public, and so they just easily overrun, over control. And so yeah, and then on top of that, now you're just, like I said, you're seeing millions of dollars from the Afghan government flooding back to the Trump, as if the Taliban had basically paid off Trump to then throw away Afghan democracy and the whole country and hand it to the Taliban. And so it's like, holy fucking shit. Like, Jesus. And then China giving millions of dollars to the Trump campaign. It goes back to Ivanka Trump, his daughter, as White House advisor, has already enriched herself, going from she's making a couple $1 million each year to now making $300 million when she left office because of her, like I said, her ease of access. She could then easily hear something from another Chinese businessman and, sway and influence White House decisions on policies and have the ear of her father, who was very susceptible to his daughter, to listen to his daughter and all that. So, she probably also had these sweetheart deals in terms of where I guarantee she's basically saying, hey, Dad, like, she probably, Ivanka Trump most likely, or her fucking, or not Ivanka Trump, Trump daughter, whatever, Ivanka's his wife, Trump's daughter, what's it called? If she enriched herself, making $300 million, she most likely had kickbacks to her father in terms of like, hey, Dad, do this, this, and this, create this policy to then ease access or trade for these types of goods or materials to then enrich her own business. And then those individuals that are in China with those sweetheart deals, enriching Trump's daughter with $300 million is most likely just moving of more resources. Like, hey, trying to make trade easier for where the fuck did she bought? I think there were like patents for like medical and like clothing or something like that. Even if it's patents for like medical and clothing, it's essentially just money laundering. So, yeah.
Apparently, that's totally fine as James Comer is concerned, but black and white evidence of Donald Trump doing the exact thing that Biden is baselessly accused of doing, well, you see, James Comer and the rest of his Republican colleagues simply don't see what the big deal is. So this charade will undoubtedly continue, but the revelations like this one by the House Democrats certainly do put on full display the extent to which the GOP is not only perfectly content to line up behind a con man, but also the extent to which they're not even willing to follow their own standards of criminality. If they really cared about even 1/10 of what they accused Joe Biden of, they would distance themselves so far from Donald Trump they wouldn't be able to recognize him. The fact that they're rallying around him instead goes to show that it's not about the truth, it's not about justice, it's not about national security, it's not about the law. It is all just an empty stunt to prop up their deity and nothing more. Before you go, to see more content from MSNBC, make sure to subscribe to this channel by clicking the link right here on the screen. You can also follow the link to see some exclusive
Yeah, basically, Trump and his businesses got millions of dollars from money during his presidency from outside foreign sources, also violating the Mueller's clause, which would be a series of criminal acts, federal criminal acts. But all right, let's go back to season 2024.
Thus, we're thinking about refining and progressing who she is and tuning up.
Oh, my bad. Wait, what?
Before, but plays a pretty big role in a show that maybe you heard about, Arcane. We want to bring their Arcane version to the Rift with updated visuals and VO, while also giving some love to their gameplay. You can expect to see them early next year after the second season is over. As for what comes after the Arcane-inspired VGU, we're excited to announce that we'll finally be tackling Shyvana.
And the reason Shyvana is getting a rework
It's a great theme.
Shyvana has a great
and has
theme,
become
part
an
of it,
iconic part of the
because
league
of,
roster.
yeah, they're redoing Shyvana, mainly because her model, her kit, you know, the story and the lore will probably stay intact. They'll probably adjust it, but her modeling kit for Shyvana, probably also to work in line with Smolder, the new champion that's like a maybe half dragon. She's also a half dragon.
Thus, we're thinking about refining and progressing who she is and tuning up her gameplay instead of a complete overhaul on her narrative and themes. Think more Udyr and less Skarner. But we want to be transparent about her timeline. Shyvana's VGU will not be released until 2025, after the Arcane VGU.
Okay, now on to the new champions. We've been teasing a cute, small ADC that will be swooping into the Rift soon. Meet Smolder, the fiery fledgling. Look at our cute little son. Oh no!
This was another idea that I told the League of Legends devs 2 years ago, back in 2022 in the summer. I told them, you can have relationships on the Rift. Like I told them, you already have like Lucian and Senna as like a couple. You already have Xayah and Rakan as a couple. And I was like, why can't you, for League of Legends, have like a mother and son combo in League of Legends? And they finally went through with my idea that I gave them 2 years ago. So you're most likely to have Shyvana as the mother, who's a half dragon, and then her son, who is half dragon but maybe more dragon, in Smolder as the new champion. So thank you, these two, for again multiple times over the past 5 years utilizing my ideas for game design and implementing them. Thank you, because I can make League of Legends better and do their job better than they can. So, yeah.
The dragon! Run away! Fire! At least I didn't end up in a tree again. Hi, I'm Smolder. Oh, my mom says
Holy
hi too.
shit.
Who's the best dragon?
He has cast directional AoE spells?
I'm the best dragon. Hey, Mom, what are the fire thingies next to my ears called? Oh, okay. Was that me? Whoa! Look what I can do. Foolish mortal! Hey, where'd everybody go? Oh, yeah! Did you see that, Mom? I smoked them! Fine.
One of the goals we had for Smolder was to make a straightforward ADC, as all of the recent ADCs we've released are high-skilled champs or very non-traditional. Aphelios, Samira, Zeri, Neela. We want to fulfill the fantasy of a little dragon who can focus on honing his fire-breathing skills.
And while Smolder may be working on his skills, his mom is never too far in the distance and is always ready to make an appearance when he needs her the most.
After Smolder, we'll be heading further north to cool off from all that dragon fire. Our Vestayan solo laner is someone we've been wanting to bring to the Rift for a while.
Whoa, okay. We're going to have a Vestayan solo laner, so some sort of top laner. Vestayan are usually they're the other humanoids in League of Legends. The Vestayans are not humans, they're like different races of other creature humanoids. Or other humanoid, like other beings in League of Legends are Vestayans, basically. It's not what it is.
But the last time we tried that development took a bit of a detour and we ended up with Sylas.
But not to worry, the Champions team is back on the case and is focusing on making a new mid-range mage. We have another champion in the works who should be a familiar face to all of you. But we're going to hand things over to Riot Brightmoon and Meddler to talk a little bit more about our new upcoming champion.
Last year, we shared that Arcane Season 2 would be releasing globally this November. Everyone at Riot is really
And
excited.
I gave Riot this idea also 2 years ago, back in the summer of 2022, when it was, I told them, you're going to do Arcane, if you're going to introduce new characters, also create those as, you can work in tandem to propel the story of League of Legends forward. Since you're going to have Arcane Season 2, we're going to watch the preview for Arcane Season 2 later, that you can introduce characters in the show, you can also implement them as characters in the video game. And it seems like, I think Silco could join League of Legends, maybe, but then again, if they only want characters that like are alive, I guess. But I don't know. Depends on them.
Excited by the show, and we've been inspired to bring Arcane into game more. we're excited to show you a small preview of one of the things the League team's been working on. So the first bit of Arcane you'll be seeing in League will be Ambessa Madara. She'll bring Noxian domination to the Rift. And much like how she is in the show, she won't be for the faint of heart in game. Don't let her large stature fool you though. She brings both strength and fire to bring Arcane into game more. We're excited to show you a small preview of one of the things the League team's been working on. So the first bit of Arcane you'll be seeing in League will be Ambessa Madara. She'll bring Noxian domination to the Rift. And much like how she is in the show, she won't be for the faint of heart in game. Don't let her large stature fool you though. She brings both strength and speed, sidestepping attacks with surprising agility.
And Ambessa's only the first piece of Arcane coming to League this year. To celebrate Arcane Season 2, we'll have Arcane-inspired gameplay and a new VGU, new skins, as well as a few other surprises. I am so excited for the new season. I hope you are too. Can we show them a clip? Maybe just one?
Okay, one, but just a short one.
Oh, this is the Arcane Season 2 preview.
Hey everyone, I'm Evan Humphreys, aka Riot Revenancer, the lead system designer for our Motivations team. We're responsible for creating and maintaining the various systems around the game like Loot, Honor, and Champion Mastery, which is what I'm here to talk to you all about today. Champions are the most central part of League, and we love the dedication that a lot of you have to your mains. We want mastering champions to be a meaningful experience that lets you differentiate more between players who play champions some and players who play them a ton. So, we're uncapping the leveling system and letting you show off exactly how much you play your favorite champions. Levels 7 through 10 will unlock new versions of the Mastery emote, and after that, we'll add an evolving number that displays your total Mastery level from 11 and beyond. And don't worry, your current champion Mastery points will carry over to the new system. So if you've already grinded to Mastery 7 on your main, there's no need to do it again, and those of you with enough Mastery points will end up at even higher levels. We'll be back.
It's still too loud.
Back again as we get closer to launch in the first half of the year with more info on this updated system.
Champion Mastery? Oh, there's the preview of Champion Mastery. They changed it to make it more visually cleaner. They just showed it off. There we go. Updated Mastery Crest cost update. I mean, they're already showing it. Like, if they're showing this preview, they're showing, like, you know, cool. It's just definitely cleaner. Color coded. Blue, emerald, diamond color, violet, gold, orange, burnt orange, and then like pink, gold, I guess. Or red gold? Oh, red. Red, yellow, violet, probably turquoise, emerald, sky blue, something like that. Yeah. Oh. It's a Razer. What this keyboard is. I have the exact same headset. I'm currently wearing this headset. This is a HyperX Alpha like variant or whatever it's called. HyperX. I forget the headset I have, but we have the exact same headset. He just has his connected. I just don't have mine connected. Yeah, I just don't have mine connected. But exact. Cool. They also have a nice metal. I should probably get this. I think get this metal monitor stand. So I got 2 monitors. Center the desk. Yeah, you know what? I probably could. Yeah, or it could be. I could have 2 monitors, like here and here, instead of just like one.
Hey everyone, I'm Eduardo Cadmus Cortejoso, and I'm the team lead for game modes on League of Legends.
Hi, I'm Selena Chu Chang Liu, the delivery lead on the modes team.
So last year, we released Arena, and we received a huge amount of support from all of you. We brought it back in December to test out some changes and make some improvements. We're happy to share, though, that it's coming back again in the first half of this year with even more improvements. Our goal for the next iteration of Arena is to increase champion diversity, improve game-to-game variance, and foster even more experimentation. One of our favorite parts of Arena is the ability to play some fun and wacky combinations that wouldn't and maybe shouldn't work in Summoner's Rift. So we want to encourage that with some more targeted changes to gameplay and game balance. The biggest change you'll see is that we're increasing the number of teams from 4 teams of 2 to 8 teams of 2, for a total of 16 players in each.
Am I hearing background noise in the top?
Game of Arena, making Arena a 2v2, v2. This means that you'll face different teams more often, have more chances at redemption, and maybe get out early or crush the competition if you're really doing well.
You can also expect to see some new augments, new maps, and some other improvements that we're still right now exploring. Outside of Arena, we are also bringing back more game modes this year. Earth will be back for Lunar New Year, and then we'll be following that up with One for All. We'll be sure to update you later in the year about what modes are going to come out after that. Oh, and one last thing. Even with all the work happening on Arena last year, we still have something else cooking behind the scenes.
We're experimenting with yet another new mode that, like Arena, will be a totally different take on core League gameplay. But unlike Arena, this will be a little bit more of a chill way to spend time with your friends. We don't want to spoil too much yet, so we'll be back later this year to share more.
Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in ARAM, Arena, Earth, OFA, and TBD.
Last year, we spent some time behind the scenes working on updating League's anti-cheat and bot detection software, as our current version had fallen behind the times. This was compounded by the security breach earlier in the year, which increased our vulnerability to botting and cheating. And a pretty consistent piece of feedback that we've been hearing from you all is the high number of bots in games, disrupted smurfs in ranked, and an increase in scripting. We know this has been a consistent pain point in League, so it's been something we've been working on fixing.
One of our goals this year is to maintain and improve the competitive integrity in all of your League games, whether it's in ranked or normals, Clash, Arena, whatever. So in late February or early March, we're bringing Vanguard to League. Vanguard is our proprietary anti-cheat and anti-botting software that's been active in Valorant since the beginning. We've seen a huge amount of success in their ability to catch and stop cheaters in their games, and we expect to see similar results when we implement it in League.
Similar to Valorant's version of Vanguard, Leagues will run at the kernel level. This is becoming standard for strong anti-cheat software in gaming, as cheat and bot makers are quick to adapt. If you don't run at this level, they will, and thereby evade all of the anti-cheat software as a result. Now, Vanguard offers us the ability to catch bots and cheaters as quickly and effectively as possible. It also gives us the opportunity to do things like hardware ban offenders and terminate matches in which a cheater is detected. Refunding loss of LP for everybody except the person cheating, of course.
Now, we know that there's a question and concern of data privacy around kernel-level anti-cheat. This is something that came up with Vanguard and Valorant as well, and we want to take a moment to tackle those concerns up front here. Vanguard does not collect or process any personal information differently from our current anti-cheat software. We don't need or want to know anything more about you or your machine other than what is necessary to maintain integrity when playing our games. Now, if you already have Vanguard installed because you've played Valorant, you won't need to do anything else, and you can continue as normal. But if you haven't, starting in a few weeks, you'll be required to install Vanguard in order to play League.
But also, what Vanguard just did is gave access to everyone's PC. People understand that. Like, what they're going to do with Vanguard, implement for League, is, yes, it's a great anti-cheat system, and it will detect hopefully a small percentage of cheaters and remove them from League of Legends, but at the same time, this also gives Riot Games access to your PC and computer. So, yeah.
We know that this may be a meaningful change, but we're very confident it will lead to an overall better League experience for everyone. We'll be sure to communicate with you all as the changes go live, and to let you know how things are going afterwards. Alright, we're going to hand things back off to the dev team now for an update on some of the skins coming to League this year.
It's like trying to craft a unique fantasy where you can't have any kind of costuming on the stretch locations. fries.
Oh, that makes sense.
Almost your primary
Hey everyone, I'm Stephanie 100 Piece Nuggets Leong, the Skins team lead.
And I'm Thomas Ranby, aka Riot Hylia, the concept art lead for.
I can also do both their jobs better. Is this the skin team? Yeah, I can also do their job better than both these individuals. So.
Skins. Today we're going to talk a bit about some of the upcoming thematics for League, some of our goals for 2024, and we're going to give you all an update on our ASUs. But first, I believe we owe you an updated Prestige skin list.
Yes, we do.
Ta-da! Oh.
In the first half of the year, you can expect Prestige skins for Rakan, Ezreal.
Prestige skin list.
Yes, we do.
Kale, Kendred, Ezreal, what? Rock Ann? It's not his name. His name isn't Rock Ann, and it's not Ezreal. It's like fucked up racist terminology. This is like colloquially making fun of someone because if they had an accent, they couldn't pronounce the character's name. It's like Rakan, like Ra, not Rock Ann. It's Rakan. It's Ezreal, like Ezekiel. It's Ezreal. Ezreal said incorrectly. It's supposed to be so yeah. It comes from Ezekiel. It's Ezio or Ezreal, not Ezreal. And the Kindred is of Gaelic language origin in terms of the phonetics for the English language. It's not English, it's English. It comes from the Welsh kingdoms of the Welsh language, the Welsh people. And, so yeah. So, and there's another, not just of the Gaelic people in the Gaelic language and of the English language. So yeah. To have the kin means of their kind, of their people that are of Welsh. That is where kindred comes from. And Ezio means of royalty. That comes from Ezekiel, of the Roman Greco Latin terminology. So yeah. It's Ra-Khan. So to Eve, but it's not Evelyn. It's Evelyn. Evelyn. It actually doesn't even need two N's, because these two are phonetically separate in the English language, also coming from the Gaelic and English and Welsh kingdoms and language, the Latin language. You see today as English. That's English, not English.
In the first half of the year, you can expect Prestige skins for Rakan, Ezreal, Kindred, Evelyn, and Kale in that order. We'll be back later in the year to give you all an update on the second half of the year. We also wanted to give you all an update on our two ASUs. Lee Sin's base is finalized, and we've been working through his extensive skin catalog. We spent a lot of time testing out his animations to make sure we didn't impact his smooth gameplay, and have been sure to similarly focus on this with his skins. We're really excited to put him and his newly unbroken neck into your hands, and you can expect to bring him onto the Rift in early May. We did want to give you a heads up that we have run into a few challenges with Teemo. Such a troublemaker.
Mischievous.
Ugh, seriously. His ASU is taking us a bit longer than we originally intended, and we're currently figuring out our updated timelines, but we'll be back with an update later this year with a sweeper to let you know when to expect an updated Swift Scout on the Rift.
All right. Now on to the new and returning skin thematics of the year. So first up, we're going to be celebrating the Lunar New Year with a brand new thematic called Heaven Scale, which pays homage to the rich cultural heritage of the holiday. In the world of Heaven Scale, a curious court of deities take on human guises and descend from their palaces in the clouds to take part in the mortal celebrations below. So Heaven Scale's design fantasy skews a bit more heavily.
But why is the Heaven Scale? Why they all have? I guess they want to have them as like dragon horns, but it's almost like demonic horns instead. But
palaces in the clouds to take part in the mortal celebrations below.
the horn aspect goes to be demons, but instead I guess they want, what's it called? As like dragon horns, I guess.
So Heavenscale's design fantasy skews a bit more heavily into ancient historical divinity and garments in order to distance itself from our more modern takes on the Lunar New Year, like lunar beasts or firecracker. We wanted to take care to preserve the majestic and beautiful designs while also keeping a fun and celebratory tone in line.
So we definitely see Ezreal. You can already see some of the Heavenscale design. So we have this. If it's blind Heavenscale, but the feet are changing. Is this Lee Sin?
Scale, a curious court of deities take on human guises and descend from their.
Is this Lee Sin? Because he has the. Maybe? His foot attack or like punching or
Palaces
something
in
like
the clouds to take part in the mortal celebration.
that. Kaisa. Kaisa no ponytail with ponytail.
Below. So Heavenscale's design fantasy skews a bit more heavily into ancient historical divinity and garments in order to
Lee Sin,
distance itself
Kaisa.
from our more modern takes on the Lunar New Year, like lunar beasts or firecracker. We wanted to take care to preserve the majestic and beautiful design
Ezreal.
while also keeping a fun and celebratory tone in line with the spirit
Oh yeah, it's Lee Sin. Yeah.
of the holiday. We also have another brand new thematic coming up that delves into a world where primal instinct reigns supreme, called Primal Ambush. Primal Ambush draws heavy inspiration.
Primal Ambush, probably taking more so from there's various animes. Oh, that's Vi.
From the refined skill of martial artists and the
Talon, so they're definitely going to do a Talon rework in the future.
raw, fierce strength of tigers themselves.
Oh, okay, Savannah or Sivir, not Shyvana, Sivir. It was also really good for the 3D models in terms of the palette design, because then this allows 3D models to then cut up and devise the champion. You know what I would do? I could probably, I mean, oh, it may be cool to do a fan edit of this. I'll do a fan edit of this. Let's go pictures. I'll put this into, where's my video game folder? Video game folder. League of Legends 2024 by skin preview for fan edits. There's your one. Cool.
Fine skill of martial artists and the
Grab Talon. I could do a fan edit of a 3D model of this. See how quick I can design it. This is Talon 2024 skin preview. I'll put create fan edit greedy. Like for example, people understand like I can, what's it called? If I create a 3D model version of Mickey Mouse, I can't make money off of the fan edit if I make a 3D model of Mickey Mouse, but I could still present it and show it on YouTube as art, because I'm creating art, creating a 3D model like Mickey Mouse, but I can't make money off of that YouTube clip because it's, or maybe I can, I don't know, it's such a tricky thing. I have to bug Google because it's like, what's it called? It's still like you're creating it. It's still slightly tweaked, but it's content from someone else's IP. Like for example, what's it called? A character from Magic the Gathering. There's various these kind of spellcasters, and so they have their own history, lore, and characters. I can create a sketch or my own kind of painting or digital painting or 3D model of those characters, and I think I yeah, I can't monetize the video, but I can still show it, I think, something like that. So same thing too for here. I can create a 3D model version of these characters and show them off in post, show off like artistic skill wise, but I don't think I can't make monetary value off the YouTube video because the content blocks the right. But I can still showcase myself, you know, either sped up video or just show the full raw recording of me making 3D art of the character.
The raw, fierce strength of tigers themselves.
Severn. And it's like the perfect palette to build the 3D characters from. Since they have it like this. This is Severn 2024 skin preview. And create a 3D Panda. And also when they showed off the Ezreal one and the Janna one, it's here. Yeah, they're definitely holding the best one, which was it's like this right here. Perfect palette, side profile, front profile, back profile, her weapon system to create a 3D model of Janna. The moment you see this design, it comes from the back, front, or the bicep, behind, the back of the elbow, and forward. Should have already. I don't think this needs to be drawn out. It was already self-explanatory, but in terms of the model, I guess that kind of makes sense. I guess they always do that for.
Preserve the majestic and beautiful design.
Would I want to recreate Ezreal?
While also keeping a fun and celebratory tone in line with the spirit of the holiday. We also have another brand new thematic coming up that delves into a world where primal instinct reigns supreme, called Primal Ambush. Primal Ambush draws heavy inspirations from the refined skill of martial artists and the raw, fierce strength of tigers themselves. We wanted to show some love to our Southeast Asian players.
Oh, there we go. That was another character. This one is. I'm not sure which character this one is. Because I showed off Vi and Sever, right? Yeah, this is Vi.
Primal Ambush draws
Vi,
inspiration
Talon,
from the refined skill
Sever.
of martial artists
Vi,
and the raw, fierce strength of tigers
Talon,
themselves.
Sever.
We wanted to show some love to our Southeast Asian players.
Which character is this? I am not sure. I actually can't tell. Unless this is Samira or something. 2024 skin preview. Champion unknown.
In particular with this thematic, we really drew a ton of inspiration from that region, the fashions of those cultures, where tigers naturally live and hold a great deal of cultural significance.
We'll also have the return of some established thematics like porcelain, recent favorite fairy court, as well as some well-loved thematics we haven't visited in a few years.
Oh, project. That's not Fury as a project. Seeing a concept art.
Like Project and Blood Moon. And
Oh, okay, so porcelain, the project skill line, the porcelain skill line, the project skill line, and the blood moon
you can
skill.
expect to see all of these come out before summer this year.
We've also been
Okay.
taking a look at...
Which means they've been working on them for 2023, and then they're releasing them in the first half, the first 6 months of 2024.
improvements we can make outside of just what new skins are releasing. So some of our older legendaries, for instance, were released before we started adding content such as legendary borders. So we're going to be going back to add them to skins that missed out. This includes skins such as Broloff.
Okay. Yeah, some legendary skins have border icons that signifies that they're of the legendary skin line. So that's a nice quality life change. So maybe people that felt like they didn't leave out, be left out. Their legendary borders, legendary
Trips will
skins.
actually be live in just a few days.
And finally, we have some skins coming out for champions who haven't had as much love in a little bit. As of filming, Rammus is currently sitting, okay, in the 1000-Day Club, and Olaf is hot on his tail.
All right, well, that's it for us for now. We're going to hand things over
Dang,
to
Rammus and Olaf hadn't had a new skin in like 3 years. So they're going to show some love to some champions that just haven't had any new skins in 3 years. It's Rammus and Olaf will
We'll
probably
give
get
you an update on the
new skins.
competitive side of League that we definitely should have been drafted for.
Yep, absolutely.
Silver 2.
I am iron.
She's iron, he's silver too. Hey, sometimes the devs, they're good at what they do, but they're not good video games. Kinda. So yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Nazala Taha.
Oh, they kept the global head of League Esports, and they fired the other guy who was like tall.
And I'm Chris Greeley.
And we are so excited to kick off the 14th season of LoL Esports. And we want to give you a look at some of our plans for 2024. So let's start by talking about our global events, MSI and Worlds.
We want our international events to have a strong regional representation so that the best teams from each region can fight it out on the global stage. This year, we're making it so that there are 3 base slots for the LPL, LCK, LEC, and LCS at Worlds, with new ways for teams and regions to earn additional slots. The LLA, CBLOL, PCS, and the VCS will have their slots remain unchanged.
And we're keeping the same double elim format from MSI 2023, but we're going to up the stakes even more this year. For the first time ever, the winning MSI team will be awarded a guaranteed spot at Worlds, which also counts as an additional slot for their region. And the next best performing region at MSI will secure an additional world seed for their region.
Yeah, and we can't wait to see the increased competition.
Counts as an additional slot for their
Yes, I
region.
understand.
And the next best performing region at MSI will secure an additional world seed for their region.
Yeah, and we can't wait to see the increased competition at MSI this year.
And while we're talking about MSI, we wanted to share that this year's MSI will be held from May 1st through the 19th in Chengdu, China. This is the first time we've brought a global LoL Esports event to this vibrant city, and we're so excited to see the amazing crowds there cheer on their favorite teams. And we'll be back with more updates on MSI the closer we get to the event.
Last year in Korea, we announced that Worlds would be returning to Europe, with the finals taking place in London, England at the O2 Arena. Today, we wanted to let you know where the rest of the tournament will be held.
Well, we'll be kicking off Worlds in Berlin at our newly remodeled esports arena for the play-ins and Swiss stages. Then we'll head to the Adidas Arena in Paris, France for quarterfinals and semifinals.
Nice.
Fans brought
So Worlds 2024 will be in London and in Paris, France, and in Berlin for like the other
so much
stages of the tournament.
energy to the Paris finals in 2019, and we're really excited to see what you all do for not just one, but 2 stages of Worlds there.
Worlds will run from September 24th through November 2nd, and we'll be back later this year as we get closer to the event to announce ticket sales dates.
Now, as we embark on the quarterfinals and semifinals, fans
Okay,
brought
quarters and semis. Okay, yeah. The play-in stage, the Swiss stage would be in Berlin at the arena.
in Berlin at our newly remodeled esports arena for the play-ins and Swiss stages. Then we'll head to the Adidas Arena in Paris, France
The Adidas Arena in Paris, France for
quarterfinals and semifinals.
quarters and semis. Awesome.
Fans brought so much energy to the Paris finals in 2019, and we're really excited to see what you all do for not just one, but 2 stages of Worlds there.
Worlds will run from September 24th through November 2nd, and we'll be back later this year as we get closer to the event to announce ticket sales dates.
Now, as we
Oh wait,
embark,
you just said it again. I'm like not paying attention.
and we're really excited to see what you all do for not just one, but 2 stages of Worlds there.
Worlds will run from September 24th through November 2nd.
September 24th to November 2nd. Okay. Damn, he said it like 3 times, and I'm like, as I'm typing, not hearing what he's saying. Scar's doing his thing.
Catch an 8-bit? Nope. It's for a second it looks like a possible move. Yeah. For a second it looks like it. Then you're like, oh, never mind.
Oh yeah, when you're level 9, a Scar, you could roll away your economy. That's fair. Calls it season 14? Yeah, I guess. Auxiliary.
Fuck it. Alright, I sell the stupid Lilia this round.
What is winning? Oh, is it just Aria's, or Ari? Oh, Sentinel. What is that? Is it KDA Sentinel? Sentinel KDA? Mainly the 3-item level 2 Blitzcrank. Also, Blitzcrank is strong. And you can go Heart of Steel on.
What is going on?
Oh, top 3. Nice units. Whoa.
Yep,
Is that the proper power move?
Yep, take this, and... Yep, take
Still going Jazz 8-bit?
and...
But don't you want to go Super Friends MF?
Alright, how does my Jazz look now?
Oh man.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, Punk is
Monster Guardian,
strong, yeah.
Cruiser.
Goose Feet. He only has 2 level 3s. He has 2 level 3s that are probably really strong. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was trying to tell you, like, Punk is super strong. Oh, he has 3 level 3s. My bad, I didn't see this unit. Yeah, just.
Wow.
So you got 3rd place? No, he's still alive. There's only 3 players, but Punk can continue to get strong. You know, if you run it. Like, I was thinking of running Punk, but then I realized that. Oh, and then if you get Punk Execute, even just Punk with a little bit of Execute, then the Twitch can do a ton of damage. Executing enemy champions, further increasing the DPS output of the characters. I'm not sure what Scar's doing. He's trying to. I don't know. I think the front line's a little too weak. Alright, is this only a. This doesn't have the help?
First I can put Anna on. What the fuck? Dude, I don't know if I can beat some of these guys, because they have, Edge of Night. I think with York too I win, but this guy's allowing too, so it's kind of sketch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, maybe if the York was like level 2, maybe? But if the York is just base York, yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, dang, he did it. Nice.
Wait, is that guy level
He's still
10
competing.
going long? You'd be level 10
Wow.
going long?
So I guess
What?
the Jazz 8-bit is still hitting?
How? Wait, this is a chance to give me Jazz York instead of Rascal Glove York, right? Wait.
Oh, I guess having 2 Yorks, having the Alawi.
Oh, please, for everything that...
Oh, man, yeah, the Caitlyn.
Oh, thank God. Okay, great.
Oh, nice. Okay, level 2 York. There you go. That should help stabilize?
Oh, Barb. I don't think... What is hold on, let me go look at Jazz real quick. How much extra is it? It's fucking whatever, man. I need frontline to use a contract. Unless I sell this and give this solution.
Yeah, 5 frontline, 4 DPS. Yeah,
Which I
work.
could- Which I could do.
Yeah, Workworks is just missing his level 2s, essentially.
Crazy.
Boom, 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 boom. Depends on how much damage the Ari does. Nice, he did it. Nice, the level 2 York that he got. Yeah, I mean, of course, if you can get Alawi to level 2, yeah. Yeah, don't you just, yeah, boom, easy. Oh, yeah, boom, level 2. Mythic Lucian. I guess he wants to give the Thief Gloves to, yeah. Oh, nice. 1, 2, 3. He has 3 Thieves Gloves. Was that from the box or something?
Yeah, this game was super doomed until I hit Kate. And then I hit Kate, and it's not super doomed.
I think he did it. Especially if you have a level 2 York. Also Mythic level 2, Lucian level 2.
The fact they constantly pierce is really bad. Like, this unit, they're dying without casting. Isn't that fucking crazy? You should always be able to cast.
Nice, yeah, I did it.
Why, he lost with Ghost? That's a first! Wait, I got the Hodge and just won the game off Hodge field. That's crazy. The Caitlyn just killed everyone this game.
Plus 38.
Very fair Hodge. Very, very giga fair Hodge.
Nice. Oh, didn't I just watch this already? Yeah, I just watched this. It's just... Okay. Alright, I already just watched this. You have Warwick. Probably the fall of Jinx as she further descends into her chaos. Arcane, November 2024. Oh, my bad. You said it so many times.
The Paris Finals in 2019, and we're really excited to see what you all do for not just 1, but 2 stages of Worlds there.
Worlds will run from September 24th through November 2nd, and we'll be back later this year as we get closer to the event to announce ticket sales dates.
Now, as we embark on the 2024 season, we are so proud to commemorate 14 remarkable years of LoL Esports. Throughout this decade and a half, we've witnessed pro players from around the world leave their mark, displaying incredible resilience, mastery of League of Legends gameplay, and inspiring millions of fans across the globe. To celebrate those who have made a lasting impact on the game, the sport, and the community, and really honor their legacies, we are proud to introduce the LoL Esports Hall of Legends.
There are a number of pro players worthy of being inducted into our unique version of a Hall of Fame. So we've gathered an independent voting panel of esports industry veterans and experts from every region around the world to vote and select our very first inductee.
Each year, those inducted into the Hall of Legends will have their historic careers celebrated both IRL and in-game. Now, we're currently collecting votes, and we'll be back later this year to share more.
And finally, all of our regional leagues are gearing up for the start of the 2024 competitive season. You can tune in on lolesports.com beginning January 13th to keep up with all of your favorite teams and pros.
We can't wait to watch the 2024 LoL Esports season with all of you. Good luck and have fun on your climbs. Thank you in advance for tuning in and supporting your favorite teams and leagues. Now, here's Riot Brightmoon and Medler to wrap us up.
All right, before we go, we wanted to remind you that we're celebrating a special birthday for League this year. We are turning 15. We are so close to being able to finally drive a car.
Oh, in the US at least. But we're looking forward to celebrating with you all later this year. We're not doing new game announcements this time. This year is all about League and celebrating our 15th birthday with all of you.
So look forward to the celebrations coming in October. And as a reminder, don't forget to check out the devlogs that go into more detail on some of the topics we discussed today. We'll also be back with our regular dev updates as usual after this video, so we'll be seeing you soon.
Best of luck on your climbs, and welcome to season 2024.
Cool. I was speaking to him. Oh, Jason's turn. Huh? Oh, he's playing Punk Pantheon off of the TFT theme? Is that Aurelia Nautilus of the bot lane? Wait, what? Hey, why is Speaker sitting in the dark? Interesting. Jake is playing World of Warcraft. You know, the only thing that WoW really needs, I mean, no offense, just needs to, like, update. World of Warcraft just needs a visual update. Like, just, it's up to Blizzard. I mean, I don't think they're going to do it, but that's all it really needs, is to go in and have a team of 3D artists. Probably need like 30 to 50, 30 to 50, you know, modelers, and probably some concept artists too. So of the 30 to 50 models and concept artists, to go in and like visually create some new 3D models for the whole game. Actually, all of it's too basic of 3D models. You know, like the shoulder pad is like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 8 polygons, just like the top arc. It's like super low topology and topography of the models. Like this right here is only like 6 polygons for the top of this. This only like it's a single pentagon with a vertex. It's like 6 triangles and like 1 vertex. It's like the top of that totem pole. It's like super. Like what? And they're still using the load system, the LOD system, the load system, LOD system, which tries to hold all of the models inside. Like yeah, like WoW just needs. It's just too old, you know. Not too old. I mean, well, it is super old, but just all WoW really needs is. I mean, it's up to Blizzard. They should have did this like years ago. Should have just visually updated WoW. World of Warcraft visual updates. I think someone else already made a video on the problem with.
You're not ready for it.
What?
The evolution of WoW graphics went from 5 polygon models to dynamic weather effects and super expressive faces. It's astonishing to see how basically the old Warcraft 3 engine evolved into what you see currently, and you're going to see it all today, packed up with some tech leaps not even we knew about. Alpha World of Warcraft set the stage for
Wait, why is it when Jake's playing the game doesn't look like what the game is supposed to look like? Is he not running the max graphics? Oh.
a lot bigger things to come. And hey, we can all appreciate the roots, even if those...
Wait, what? This is what the game looks like now? Why isn't...
roots look filthy and rotten to the core. Sorry, I might have been talking about the female no model, but clearly a lot of stuff is incomplete, and as we know, not everything made it into the live game eventually. The first iteration of WoW's engine was made from the actual Warcraft 3.
Oh my goodness, they literally created WoW off of the Warcraft 3 engine. That's why it looks the way it does.
Engine, and that translated quite a lot into the visuals of the MMO. I mean, it's one thing to see those models and effects from a bird's eye view, like in the strategy game. It's another to get down among them and cringe at the details. Spell animations from Alpha were slightly different and polished once the game launched, and dances. I mean, this looks fine, but we ended up with the Macarena for the human female as an example. That and a lot of textures were eventually improved for ground effects. Possibly the biggest changes were the character models. Very early look at the trolls, orcs, and taurens can cause nightmares in the younger audience, please be advised. Clearly the menu and character screens received massive upgrades, but still we have to appreciate the fact that these were not the final race models we ended up with, because oh goddamn, overall the memory and storage present-day Dragonflight variations. The art style of Vanilla WoW was intentionally stylized to accommodate the hardware limitations, which also meant that the game's visuals were not as realistic or detailed as what players might expect from contemporary games. The Burning Crusade launched in early 2007, and for its time, the graphical improvements introduced helped to elevate the visual quality of the game and create a more immersive experience. The release of Wrath of the Lich King. To this day, the most critically acclaimed expansion. The environments in Northrend took a big up in overall textures and models. They were more diverse, detailed, and expansive, offering players a visually stunning and atmospheric experience, possibly the most immersive zones they have ever made. Advanced lighting and shading, creating more realistic and immersive lighting effects, even for a game such as World of Warcraft. Environmental details and terrain in Mists of Pandaria. And that happened in 2012 when we first saw the Pandaren models. Rigging and polygon count increased even further, resulting in some of the most fluid environmental effects.
Okay, so the game can look visually better. Looks like after they did.
Improvement was also
and I was like, wait, what? Why is Jake's version of the game? It should look better. I mean, I'll force the 1080p. Yeah, what? Am I missing something?
With better water rendering, better reflections, and realistic movements in Pandaria's lakes, rivers, and coastal areas.
Yeah.
With improved lighting and atmospheric changes as time progressed, contributed to a more immersive and modern.
Oh, the MLP, WOD. Is that for the LOD loading?
World environment when it comes to textures. The landscapes in Draenor were richly detailed, featuring more complex terrain elements and environmental assets that gave the game an incredible, fresh, and modern feeling compared to Mists of Pandaria. This was
MLP is Mists of
first
Pandaria.
major character model updates. This massive overhaul of character models for some of the original races in the game revolutionized the visual presentation of the game. People saw the Worgans and Goblins. They were blown away by the Pandaren, and they wanted the same treatment to the OG races in the game. Both Alliance and Horde races, including orcs and humans, received significant updates to their models, making them...
Okay, much better. Yeah, much better. Looking at the Tauren, like, they went from, like, this Tauren design, like, super basic, like, maybe 30 polygons for like the face. Like you can see there's like 1, 2, and then there's like a shape. There's literally like 4 polygons to make the bicep. Like, dude, what? Like you just have 4 polygons to make the bicep. The beard is the goatee beard for the Tauren had like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 12 polygons. Like what? And then they updated it much better. Even just visually much better, except for the biceps are still... It's like they doubled, increased the size of the polygon. Added hair layers.
More detailed and appealing, especially with the facial expressions that made the past expansions almost unrecognizable.
Yeah, better facial rigs. Okay, that's like much better.
Technology for the world was probably best represented through the garrison system. Every building, every wall, every fence and door was boosted in terms of their resolution and overall visual quality, and stood as a precedent for future architectural changes. The game would have in the following.
Then I was like, is Shake not running the game at max graphics? Or is that just a limitation of the 3D models because they need new 3D models for WoW?
Years. Possibly the most ambitious expansion ever made to this day was Legion, which released in 2016. Every feature added, it came with a visual upgrade to pretty much everything in terms of character animations and
Okay, the character animations look better. 3D models look better for the
spell
characters.
effects. The best example would be the new hero class Demon Hunter. They came with unique visual effects, particularly their metamorphosis abilities and use of fell magic. The introduction of artifact weapons was accompanied by improved textures for items in general. Not only did the new weapons look more striking and detailed, but the technology was used for the armors as well. While
Nice,
the
better
garrison technology from
weapon
World of
systems,
Draenor was
or better
used to
looking
create
weapon systems
and
for the
improve
game.
player hubs in the form of the class order halls. Each and every one of the class order halls had a distinct flavor emphasized
Nice, the
with
class
upgraded
halls
textures
add
and
more
particle
story and
effects.
depth.
Legion added more dynamic weather effects, making the game world feel more alive and responsive to changing conditions while out in the open world, as well as an increase in draw distance, which was something that has evolved over the years with each passing
Oh, there we go.
expansion.
So yeah, the draw distance was basically the LOD.
To what it ended up back then. And of course, the dungeons and raids received massive improvements to their architecture and overall visual appeal. 2018 marked the release of Battle for Azeroth and the start of a major backlash from the players in terms of the expansion's reception. Whether this contributed to the visual presentation of the expansion is unknown. Suffice to say that BFA at the very least improved on a lot of aspects. It was also the first expansion where we received allied races, where the devs took big liberties in character models even when using older rigs from other races for their respective animations. It also continued to improve character models and animations, adding more details, smoother movements, and enhanced facial expressions for better visual storytelling. On top of the improved textures and some of the most visually striking skyboxes, BFA came with dynamic weather changes and environmental hazards, adding to the immersive experience. But for all its praises, it had some of the most unforgivable visual representation of a zone
Oh yeah, so classic WoW was like a little too basic, and then Battle for Azeroth added.
Yes, I am talking about the Nyalotha JPEG Skybox. The raid felt like it took 2 steps back from the step forward the expansion made in terms of graphical design, which is a shame because the previous raids were incredible, and not to mention Nazjatar was an artistic marvel in terms of immersing the player in an underwater zone that was sucked dry out of the sea so we can explore it. Shadowlands, the black sheep of WoW expansions, made its debut with one of the most ambitious skybox changes. As if to make up for the JPEG it left us with in 8.3. Not only that, the new zones were entirely taken from what seemed to be a different game in terms of their visual aspect. They were heavily themed to their story and artistic depiction of whatever fantasy concept they were conveying in terms of death. Whether it was the vampiric Venthyr in Revendreth, the druidic Ardenweald forests, the undead machinations
Oh,
of
much
Maldraxxus,
better. So now WoW, like this guy just said, in the past 2 years or 3 years, finally kind of updated the thematic. Like even here, you have dynamic refracting light, maybe some ray tracing, bounce light is occurring, much better. Here, more higher quality polygon models for the environment, much better for WoW. Even though I haven't played WoW in like 6 years or something like that, but much better. Yeah, even just this druidic zone has really good dynamic lighting, better 3D models.
Forests, the undead machinations of Maldraxxus.
Maldraxxus, yeah, better 3D models built for the environment. Whoa.
Heavenly Afterlife of Bastion.
Heavenly Afterlife of Bastion. Even this is just better for 3D game model and for MMO. Better skybox models, higher quality detail, higher quality polygon topology, shape design. Everything reads well.
Each zone was polished with a color palette, unique textures resonating in the ground, flora, and fauna.
Thank you. So WoW has better, in these zones, better like ground flora, better animations, better graphics now.
Further immerse the player in their pocket world. The art direction, whether questionable
Much better.
or not, cannot be understated.
Except for some of the models still look like kind of old. Like, so like you're gonna have more polygons or cleaner textures animations for the environment, but then like the wings on these. There's like just 2. What? There should be like 4. Should be like 1. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it's like 2. It goes 1, 2 instead of 4 or 6 or 8. Like, huh? You know.
On how much it improved from BFA. With the Covenants being introduced, the player received access to a whole new package.
Much better. The models look way better. So good visual enhancement, VFX.
Spell animation.
The WoW characters now have way more polygons around the character model. Animations, VFX look much cleaner.
Associated party. In terms of hardware improvements, by supporting DirectX 12 and ray tracing.
There you go. By supporting ray tracing and DirectX 12, they've increased the graphics to WoW.
World of Warcraft's graphics were further improved in Shadowlands.
Nice, much better. Ambient light, bounce light.
Players with more stunning visuals and enhancing their overall gaming experience. Shadowlands continued to refine character models and animations, adding more detail and improved
Oh, there you go. Yeah, well, I was watching Jake play, and I was like, well, all WoW needs is like a visual update. Maybe he's playing Classic WoW or something like that. Maybe that's why. Is he playing Classic WoW or something? I think Jake must be playing Classic WoW or something like that because the game still looks super old versus watching a YouTube video of an individual explain these graphical updates, like looking at Sylvanas Windrunner in the Shadowlands, because even her 3D model has way more polygons, probably better facial rig.
Expressions, making characters appear more lifelike. It brought new environmental effects such as dynamic weather changes, particle effects, and atmospheric.
Yep, new dynamic, awesome, just
enhancement.
With the price of just about everything.
God damn it, Ryan Reynolds.
Days, you may wonder why Mint is deflating the price of
tying up in some of the most ambitious
freaking Mint Mobile
in
commercials.
terms of effects, texture quality, and yeah, even skyboxes. It did suffer from palette consistency, where at times it served them well with the Nathria raid, and other times it would be counterproductive with the Sanctum of Domination raid. For all its visual technological upgrades, the reception of some of the artistic choices left a lot to be desired, from the atmosphere to the color choices to paint the zones in what would have been their accurate artistic depiction. The biggest counterpoint to their chosen color palette would be the Orthia zone, which remains to this day the most depressing and disliked zone ever made, and it had most to do with its graphical presentation. In fairness, Zereth Mortis, although artistically questionable, spiced up the color palette and lighting of their zones together with its accompanying raid, breathing a breath of fresh air into the game. The choice in architecture might not have resonated with everyone, but it would be undoubtedly unique and clearly an upgrade, at least in the texture and particle effects department. And with that, we come to the present day with 2022's Dragonflight expansion. The first and most obvious change was the player UI. Although in the past this has received minor improvements from texture to icons, now it was completely scrapped and redone from ground up, adding another graphical element from WoW's history to the modern visual bucket. At the time of making this video, the team is continuously improving the in-game assets and graphical design of the interface, together with spell effects for classes left behind, and likely more to come by the end of the expansion. With the strikingly beautiful new zones came an even
There you go. So with WoW Dragonflight, even though I haven't played WoW in 6 years or whatever, I haven't played WoW maybe 6 or 8 years, but yeah, I'm just glad to see the game. They added better foliage, better 3D models, ray tracing, DirectX 12 support, bounce light, fill light, ambient light, better environment models, better character models, better facial rigs, better water effects, better lighting.
The devs an increase in freedom when it comes to visually designing.
Nice. There you go. Now they're still using the LOD system because you can see it operate. So basically, objects are popping up into view.
The somber feeling players were left with in Shadowlands. The flora and fauna of the.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you, League of Legends, their MMO is going to just be all on Unreal Engine 5, utilizing the new Neonite engine with their physics engine and particle effects. And so, because they're still using, like, WoW is still using the LOD system.
Dragon Isles
from
blend
whatever
naturally
old,
with each other
you know,
from
Unity
the
type they
use of
created.
logical color palettes. And in terms of zone design, the Zaralek Cavern has brought with itself an innovative way of creating terrain into already existing assets with a seamless transition between the surface and the underground. The improvement to the character models came as a package deal with a new race, the Drakthir, that had more options for customization than any other race in the past. Once again, its artistic design being overall questionable. The theme of the expansion being heavily focused on vibrant colors is not only visible in the new race and class with new spell effects, animations, and dynamic character movements, but also for all the customizations the players can interact with, from hair colors to dragon riding mounts, which on their own came as well with a new flying system that expands on the player's perspective on space and speed by cleverly manipulating the landscape to give the feeling of a high-octane dragon ride. The benefits of being a live game for almost 20 years has given World of Warcraft one of the most impressive visual journeys any media has undergone. Jam-packed with nostalgia, emotions, wonder, and excitement, the art team has continuously surprised people with better and better graphical assistance to contribute to their fun out in the world. And to have even more fun, it's not enough to simply be engrossed in the visual aspect of the game, but also a much more crucial thing is ignored by too many people when it comes to the enjoyment of the game. Find out what took the fun out of WoW, or at least one of the biggest.
Cool. Let's go down the random. Why am I getting?
Hey everyone, welcome back to our 8th annual installment.
Gotcha.
Throne and Liberty, mainly because this game has actually already released, but in Korea, and will be getting a global launch sometime in early 2024.
So the South Korean MMO called Throne of Liberty.
Despite a poor reception to its beta from last summer, I am still holding on to a glimmer of hope for two main reasons. For one, they've listened to and implemented changes based on beta feedback, seemingly addressing the major complaints by improving combat and removing all of the autoplay mobile features. And two, barring those changes are good enough, the base core of the game sounds really awesome. Beyond offering the standard suite of content that most open-world MMOs have, Throne and Liberty in particular boast a few interesting features. So yes, it's got an open world, they say it's seamless with 0 loading screens, instant fast travel, but mainly the fact that it supports a very large number of simultaneous players. We have seen screenshots with hundreds and hundreds of players on screen, and the game looks pretty good on top of that to boot. As an Unreal Engine 4 game, even without upgrading to UE5, the visuals are a selling point for me. From the raw gameplay that I've seen, and by all accounts, this is a pretty good looking game, and beyond looking good, it appears to have some great clarity and render.
Yeah, but are we seeing like pre-rendered alpha frames from this South Korean MMO called Throne of Liberty, or are we seeing actual gameplay? So there's a difference between pre-rendered alpha frames, which basically means the company's producing videos that are enhanced visually, almost cinematic style, graphically improved style, to give a false sense of what the game actually is, versus, okay, it's Unreal Engine 4 MMO, South Korean company, but you gotta be wary of that. You see it too many times where video game companies are showcasing, what's it called, pre-rendered alpha footage and not actual real-time gameplay. "4 days ago." What is someone talking about? Yeah, I was like, I have a pretty good feeling that that Riot Games is going to utilize Unreal Engine 5 to advance the MMO, because might as well put it on the most advanced game engine that's out to date and propel that forward for the next
Distance, which make that
however many 10, 20, 30 years they want to do the game.
Players all that much more impressive. They do have the expected assortment of biomes. There's fantasy and medieval inspired locations with both PvE and PvP offerings. On the PvE side, there's a big focus on.
And I have a good feeling that the right MMO is going to be in the visual look of Arcane. So like Arcane kind of visual look. I have a pretty good feeling. I think that's what they're going to go for. So how people watch the show Arcane, or it's just what's it called? I think Riot Games MMO is going to utilize Unreal Engine 5 mainly for the physics engine and the nanite engine, and that I have a pretty good feeling that what we saw in Arcane, the show, is what the Riot Games MMO is going to look like. Because then they can directly adopt. Because all these characters are 3D, but like 3D like stylized is Arcane. They're all 3D stylized. And so since these are 3D models that are stylized, Arcane, can I look at character models for the show? Let's see if, there you go, boom. So like, since these are 3D models of characters. My own character install of Arcane. Oh yeah, someone just created their own, which also gives you a, like, is this the 3D models? Yeah, these are the 3D models of like the Arcane characters. There you go. And so, since they're already made, you know. Oh, this is someone else's fan version. You could easily have an MMO. Well, except for Silco, I think passed away or whatever in the game sense. But this is a 2D visual style, right? It's like a 2D concept of style. This one, I think. The model sheets. This is. Oh yeah, but it's just. Yeah, these are the 2D ones, and then these are the 3D ones. Yeah, the company was Fortiche. Here's stylized hair stuff. But essentially, yeah, Fortiche is the company. Here's the 3D model of Vi. And you could easily... oh, here we go. This looks like 3D character artist Deepak Granat. So this is the 3D model of Jinx from the show Arcane, which could also be used in MMO. They're going to utilize the Unreal Engine 5 because, like I said, it's 3D, but 3D that's stylized, and it's such a smooth style that incorporates stylized with 3D, with realistic, with plus the mature kind of background of the game. They're going to have to make the MMO like 18+, and they'll have a big enough fan base to do that because League of Legends already been around for 14 years now. So literally right on cue, since League of Legends been around for 14 years, the moment if the MMO comes out like in 4 or 5 years, then probably 2028 or 2030, they really want to like push it, I guess. They're probably taking all the character models for League of Legends, creating Unreal Engine models, and also relying on Fortiche to kind of work in tandem for the show plus MMO. So here's Jinx in her 3D model format for the show, but we can incorporate all these. People are kind of like, the average person doesn't have any understanding of Unreal Engine 5, but essentially what it does is it removes the polygon count. So the Nanite engine removes any limitation from any rig or control or rendering for anything, for your cell phone, for your PC. It removes the polygon limit. So as long as Unreal Engine 5 is the basis for the Riot Games MMO and like future League of Legends 2.0 or whatever, it eliminates and removes the polygon limit, which then further pushes the stylized format and future characters and VFX of the game. So yeah, that's why I think when Riot Games is going to do their MMO, they're going to create an MMO that's going to dominate for 30 or 50 years, and plus it's going to propel the League of Legends Runeterra, the IP, and then afford the people to then enjoy Arcane maybe once every 2 years, like as the seasons go on. So I think, right, when the first show of Arcane came out, Arcane released, was it? Yeah, so Arcane was, yeah, it's just like, it makes sense, you got to give the teams enough time to create the content. So the first season of Arcane came out in the fall, November 6, 2021. Nothing happened in 2022, or 2023, so I take that back. I guess they needed 3 years between each show, which is fine, because they're producing so much content that it has to work in tandem, you know. So 2021, 2022 needed more time, 2023 needed more time, and now 2024, so it's like 1, 2, 3, so like 3 years later, 2021, 2024, now the fall, November 2024, you're going to have Arcane Season 2, and it might do the same thing 3 years from now, so 2025, 2026, 2027, So maybe in 2027 in the fall, they'll have Arcane Season 3. And that'll fit right in line with if they're going to release the MMO in 2028 or 2029. So they're probably already projecting out where Arcane Season 2, which will come out later this year, and then Arcane Season 3, if you project it out, will be out in 2027. Then all of a sudden, if they release the MMO 4 or 5 years from now in 2028 or 2029, then they'll have more characters, more fluff, more story from this season of Arcane for Runeterra, and for Arcane Season 3 in the future, whatever's going to happen then for the storyline, to then push even further into their Riot Game MMO. And then, of course, build an MMO that's probably going to be built on the Unreal Engine 5 engine now for the next 4 or 5 years, so if they release it in 2028, 2025. And they've already been working on the MMO for the past, you could say, 3 or 4 years since 2020, which will work right in line. You know, I know it sounds kind of weird, but if they spent 8 years or 10 years designing MMO, and there was another video that I just watched where an individual, I think 2 weeks ago, said most MMOs are like, they spend 10 to 12 years working on it. You know, they're going to spend 10 years working on it on average, either 8 years to produce MMO or 10 years to produce MMO. And then MMO kind of fizzle out because the community's just not really there, not digging the game, whatever. But for Riot Games, they're in a perfect position because they already have 160 million users. They already have, 26 million or 30 million North American accounts. 1.5 million ranked accounts. You have on average, 17 million people to 26 million people play normals and ARAM and Earth and now Arena and Teamfight Tactics to play other stuff. 90% of the fan base just plays in the normal game modes, and only 10%, less than 10% of the fan base plays ranked, and just for North America itself. So, Riot Games already has fans, 60 or 70 million users in China, 16 or 17 million users in North America, with the accounts pushed to 26 million, but it's really only about 16 or 17 million active accounts in North America, which is a lot, which is plenty. And then you already have the ranked environment, 1.5 million, and even among the ranked environment, 1.5 million, you have 57,000 diamond and above. That's plenty of talent to choose from in terms of esports. And so, everything's kind of working in tandem in line. They have the visual aspect to produce the storyline with Arcane Season 2, Arcane Season 3. More fluff, more champions to produce more lore. Plenty of, so much about the Summoner Wars, so much about spellcasters. There's so much they can already produce. And then, but with all this, it helps flesh out the universe for MMO, and and then creating a dominant MMO, massive multiplayer online game that's going to then have millions of fans kind of waiting, tens of millions of fans waiting. And so they definitely are probably committing 8 to 10 years to get it right, and then so they've probably been working on it since 2020. They'll probably advance it in 2028 or 2030. So they either have 8 or 10 years working on the product, the Riot Games MMO, and then, and I know it's going to sound kind of crazy or weird, but like I said, Fortiche is doing a lot of good stuff. They're not only producing the show, but I believe they're also producing the 3D models for the world and the characters that'll flesh out the MMO. And so it'll be even more engrossing and visually appealing and enticing, where fans realize, and I'm projecting out 4 to 5 years from now, but I think that's what they're going to do. And that'll really kind of just blow the minds of the fans of the very world that you watched in Arcane. You get to then. That is Runeterra. So I believe Arcane is going to be not only the visual representation of the MMO, but that's probably what's also going to draw in a huge roar of fans and cheering fans and engrossing and rich fans to then absorb more into Runeterra and fall more in love with the characters in the world. So yeah, like I said, these are 3D models. There is no polygon limitation with Unreal Engine 5, which then frees up everyone's computers and cell phones. So yeah. Cool. So this Thibault Granant, 3D character artist. Cool. So they have they did a little 3D art of a fan. They did another kind of study. You could almost say. Then Looks like they got to work on Rise. They could work on KDA Kaisa Popstar. Cyborg Unit 3D. Yeah, my bad. I need to like get back into my 3D art and do kind of what this individual's doing. That's so yeah. As long as you give credit to the artist. So he has another artist, concept art by Nessikin. So they're giving credit where credit's due. Why is my screen not? What the heck? The window capture is off. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? That was weird. Wait. Hold on. It's not even... It's like it's not fitting right. What the hell? Transform. Stretch the screen. Oh, should I stretch the screen? Transform. Fit the screen. Oh, wow. That's so weird. That's trippy. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. You could stretch the screen or fit the screen, but I'm like, just fit the screens. I need to stretch the polygons. Yeah, it's, oh, they can't see what I see. So I appreciate the artist. Just used two forms of software, ZBrush to produce the model, and then probably Maya to clean some stuff up, probably presentation, rendering. Probably just for, you can carve out the model in 3D. Yeah, so here, individual uses Maya probably for rendering, ZBrush for the modeling, Mari for some more rendering. Cool. This is the 3D representation. This is the 3D model of, looks like KDA Kaisa for, and like I said, it goes back to the fact that this KDA Kaisa model, even though it's for the animation, more so for the music video, these are all 3D models that are like almost like stylized style, and it's a great style because it works. It's almost like universal. It can like last the test of time. You can use the 3D models with the stylized, almost painted style. But I believe this style is what you're going to see for the Riot Games MMO. It's going to be 3D models with these 2D hand-painted style, this painterly style onto the 3D models, because it just will it'll last a test of time. You see it in Arcane, you see it in Riot Games, MMOs, and all that. Even this model itself from 5 years ago has 10,000 likes, 868,000 views. That's actually really cool. That I appreciate that ArtStation produced like how many times this has been seen. You can share it on wherever you're trying to share it. Thumbs up. Looks like Julian George is the art director at Fortiche. Lead character model for Arcane is Lados Figueros. Nice. Another artist. This is a CG generalist, so you're cinematic graphic generalist at another company. These are good people. But, oh yeah, I highly appreciate this artist. Let's follow their work. I appreciate the fact that they have their older work on here from 5 years ago. Finally, some time, they finished the 3D study. 3D study is like, you're essentially practicing, and so I appreciate them practicing a head model of a character. I have a Star Wars Ahsoka Tano. I have a Star Wars Ahsoka Tano like 3D model that I haven't shown off to like anybody or the world. That's basically done, but it's the head sculpt design, and it's of has Rosario Dawson's face because she's the actor for Ahsoka Tano for the Disney Plus series, and I haven't showed anybody that one yet. I guess I could or should. But I appreciate this head study that this was put, and just stuff like this. They put 3 years ago bars like Art Station Challenge, so some sort of Art Station Challenge, Grand Space Opera, Light, Age, the story of a teenager looking for himself. based on Dai Kihong concept. So I appreciate that. Yes, as long as you give credit to where the concept artist came from, you could work on it as a 3D artist. You could do a fan study. Yeah. So gave credit to the original concept artist, and then okay, boom, let's do a 3D model of this. And most likely, yeah, but they use Arnold for rendering, Maya probably also for rendering. Well, Arnold is in the Maya program. Mari maybe for some lighting. Photoshop, I guess, for presentation of these still frames. And you're squeezing in. You could also duplicate your model 3 times and render it in one scene, or they might have like cut up and like paste the images together, and then ZBrush for the sculpting of the model. And then maybe this is the Photoshop version, or you could do Mara and Arnold for the lighting of the character kind of skin or style. Also, this could be more just, yeah, because the casting of the shadows look probably pretty accurate. Nice. Character, Grand Space Opera, interesting design. It's from 3 years ago. Profile. Here's a participation in the last ArtStation challenge based on Dai Kihong's concept. Let's check out this concept artist really quick. There's their Weibo account. They live in China. They're a 3D GK modeler, maybe 3D game character modeler. Oh yeah, character designer. But I wonder what GK modeler. Maybe is this the company's working at? It's 3D. He's 3D modeler, but maybe the company's GK or something like that. He's a character designer. Cool. A concept artist. So essentially, Dragon Rise, the Forgotten Realms too. Help do some concept art design. Cool. That's awesome. But I do appreciate this 3D modeler, and I need to get back to 3D modeling. Just do it. Oh, nice. Like, this is a turntable, right? No. Oh, wow. So there's another 4K visual time. Oh, there it is. So they have a turntable, 3 seconds. I guess you could do a turntable in 3 seconds, as long as it. They also, like I said, they give credit to, where this concept art came from another artist. 4K likes, 30,000 views. Yeah, see, here's Maya, because that's the program. ZBrush for the modeling, and then Arnold is help for the rendering. Arnold is in the Maya program. Cool. It just looks just like a female 3D character artist with sweater, shirt, and shorts, and long socks with tennis shoes. The character has her eyes closed. Okay, kind of resting, neutral position. Oh, this is the concept art. Okay, cool. So they liked this concept art and then made a 3D model of it. But they did a really good job. Yeah, everything is visually in line. I'm surprised they didn't use the ZBrush. There's also a ZBrush like painting mechanism where you can just paint, or if you just took another day, and this is posted from 3 years ago, if you take another day, like 4 to 8 hours, depending on how fast they work, 4 to 6 hours, or 6 to 8 hours to like do a quick, you can color palette pick from the concept and then paint in ZBrush, like almost like a rough spray paint, but at least it builds the color palette. But it's more work, of course. But just and then huge respect, they got to work on Arcane. Looks like they had the opportunity to work on Victor. All 3 acts of Arcane are out. It's really got an opportunity to got to be the character model and texture artist on Arcane. Big team, Riot Games and Fortiche. Yeah, see, because it's both Riot Games and Fortiche working together. Fortiche is getting paid by Riot Games, but they can also work in tandem to help create the Riot Games MMO, flesh out the world. The asset department, so the grooming artist, Camille Cannon, huge respect. So really the hair came down, the hair rigs and the hair came from another artist. The rigger, Almond Redinger, helped do more of the bodily function controls for animation. Blend shape artist, Selena Farrell. This is more so, you actually don't need blend shapes, so you can, but this just helps with some facial rigs. It helps some facial rigs. You can use this, but you also don't need this. But it does help. It just helps for animators. Is it technically necessary? It helps speed up animation, but kind of. It just yeah. Reason being, you don't need blend shapes anymore. If people are asking or wondering, they're like, what? Because you can now have this AR tech where you just put these little kind of stickers on your cheeks and nose and around your lips and mouth, eyebrows and jawline, and you can then have any kind of cell phone camera, any kind of camera, record your facial function, your facial animations, and then apply what you just animated or did, as your camera can capture just the dots, these little kind of stickers on your face, and then you can then transpose that, whatever acting, whatever you're trying to do, into your character model. And so we've increased, what's it called, the capability and ease of access of animation. You can now, just record yourself with a cell phone walking, and then take the negative space and create a walking rig, and then transpose that to your 3D character model. So that removes the idea of blend shapes and all that. So that tech was already done. My bad. Even though this is 2 years ago, we've already done that tech 5 years ago. So, and then a texture supervisor, Canvas Luna. So maybe they just kind of oversaw the texturing side, what they did. And then modeling supervisor, Edward Solera, just overlooking and making sure that everything functions properly for the model. And Victor Child modeling, Lados Guerreros, probably just overlooked the younger version of the character. That's cool. Awesome. And then Arcane Jinx is different than the modeling one, so taking aspects from the show. And it really isn't even that heavy, too. It's more so just the painterly style is visually appealing to the eye, and the 3D did a good job. You can almost see it, too. It goes like boom, 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 boom. You can actually almost see the modeling. Here. You see the modeling. Her eye goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Here you can see it too. It could be 1. It's probably 2. Probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 16 model topology for the nose, or the crest of the nose. See it in the hair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Boom, boom, boom. Same for the shoulders. Could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then on the opposite side is probably 12. And it connects right here. For the biceps, you can see it transposed here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. And probably the opposite side is also 6, so 12. Oh, you see it right there. Boop. So it goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It could be 9 on one side of the thumb, and then on the opposite is 18. You see it right here on the hips. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it curves up from the this is the posterior position. Across the knuckles, looks like it's very sharp, but just enough breaks where you see it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Across the knuckles. See the position of the nose. The polygons are stretched over. Yes, again, we already broke down the eyes. The bridge of the eye socket goes in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But that could also be a visual cue from the eyebrow. You can directly see it with the ear. Yes, 1, 2, probably 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, stuff like that. But, and then going back to the 3D model. Boop. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because it can't be too sharp or it doesn't have that curvature. You can easily see across the ring that's on her hair. And also, like I said, because the Unreal Engine, you don't need a polygon count too. You just need a 3D model. So here, boop. There you go. Nice. This is what I posted 2 years ago too, but then the show, they can post it after the show comes out. So, show came out in 2021. They showed this content in 2022, so like a year later after the show comes out. It's probably whatever NDA agreements and proprietary stuff that Riot has. They don't want to be shown from Riot Games or Fortiche. So, the show comes out in November 2021, and then probably 6 months later in the summer 2022 or later that year, 2022, artists then give permission to then show their work. And then huge respect, because then they're showing asset department, texturing supervisor doing their thing, model supervisor doing their thing, grooming artist working on the hair. It's awesome. So then, yeah, see, like they can build out the 3D model, and the grooming artist, their job's to go in and probably build the 3D just for the hair itself, or work on a 2D and 3D stylized palette design for the hair from this grooming artist. Rigging control for the animation and all that, so you can build the neutral pose. Actually, it's probably not even the neutral pose. This is probably the neutral pose, maybe, because you see this shoulders are squared off versus at a canted angle, like they were after their rigs. So this is probably the neutral pose, which is super boring. It's like incredibly stiff and stale. And then the rigging came along and it gave her pose, her pedimento pose, or her, what's it called? You want more, arcing curves. So like here, kind of arcs. Here it arcs, here it arcs. It's going to be even harder for people to understand, but if this was straight on, she's actually like curved this way. So this ear, you can see it right here visually. This ear is lower, this ear is higher, so there's an arc right here. It curves down, creating an open convex, and then curves up. You can almost see it here too, right? See her left ear is higher than her right ear. This is straight on. Oh, try and pick. Yeah, if this is straight on, then it's like this, or it's like this if it's straight, but then her ear is like this, canted at a 15-degree angle. And even that just adds to the character's demeanor and posture and personality and all that. Oh, right there, so you can see the curve. There's also a curve right here. Curves right here. Curves right here. Also a curve right here. Even though people are think it's angled, it's everything. This is the curve. You want this dynamic. So you see right here too. The curve of her body adds to the dynamicism of the character, style, their demeanor, the voice, the personality, all showcases based on the posture and whatever they're doing. So curvature, it's all super important. It's aesthetically pleasing and all that from a design aspect. This has 15,000 likes, awesome for the artist, and 217,000 views, also for the artist. But they didn't show the programs that they used, but they probably didn't deviate that much. Still probably Arnold, Maya, ZBrush, Mari, or then again it could be some proprietary stuff from Fortiche, but just stuff like that, which is cool, inspiring stuff to get back into doing 3D art. Because I have a degree in 3D art already, professionally schooled, trained, classically trained, and do awesome. Oh, because the headset's off. Duh. That's why I did it. Oh, yeah, giving people a visual, giving people a professional 3D art view into design. So yeah, huge respect to this artist, what they're doing, some comedy stuff.
You know what gets me? You know what?
Oh, Dr. Raquel Martin, great people.
You ever have a clip you just want to share with your friends, can't go back in the game and the replay's gone forever? Outplayed has one step, which is just...
In today's video, you're going to get a head start on everyone else for Season 14 as...
Okay, let's count this as... Season 24... Item... 14... Info... Oh, and then I probably should have just talked about 3D art design. Did I spell that right? Am I tripping? Yeah, that's what I thought. Did I spell that right? Oh, awesome. So Julien Royale is the art director at Fortiche. Most likely, not saying they're not French, but if you have Julien as their name. Oh, nice. They collapsed and formatted the portfolio work. Cool. Maybe they are more of a concept artist or illustrator? Rise, League of Legends World 2018 music video. We got to work on Rise 2018 music video. Oh, this is... Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because Fortiche worked on the Jinx music video and all that. So, just the art director doing his thing. I particularly love stylized characters, and I'm doing my best in my free time, getting better at it. Yeah, because the whole thing with Fortiche is the... Cool, so they did some 3D artwork of a character of another ArtStation challenge, Ancient Civilizations. Cool. Oh, mature content, let's skip that, let's skip this. Overwatch? Did you work on Overwatch? Maybe it could be a fan study. Captain Marvel, apart from watching the movie, right? He's a fan of X-Men Rogue. Maybe he either got to work on the character, or it could be a fan edit of the character. Art War 3, maybe some sort of project of another video game, another character. Oh yeah, fan art. Yeah, fan art. That's what I'm saying. Like, so you can't monetize it, but you could show off your artwork if you create fan art of existing stuff. And then, boom, working on Arcane. Oh yeah, these were like various bad guys, or like various scrupulous characters, you know, in the show Arcane. It's a great shot of Vi punching the juiced up underground soldiers. Super sad, mourn, and also I believe something like the damage of the chemicals in the underground part of Zaun keeps these players alive too, or something. It keeps these characters alive too. Oh yeah, this was another baron or powerful kind of warlord in Zaun, and she like lost her son, something like that. Oh wait, I'm going back in time. Actually, let me see how he did his fan art. This is from 4 years ago. Yeah, I appreciate him showing ZBrush, Maya, Marmoset helps with rendering, and then a Substance 3D Painter. It's cool. I also use ZBrush, I also use Maya, I also use Substance Painter. I don't use Marmoset, but I know plenty of video game artists that do utilize it. Oh, okay. He took the character from another video game as a Overwatch fan art style. Blizzard style. Oh, there we go. Cool. I appreciate the topology, this model, the texture model, quads everywhere. Nice. And then this is Marmoset, which then gives you the, should be an interactive 3D model you can then move. But I probably have like too much stuff going on, like multiple streams, you know, trying to, and I'm like League of Legends running, let me turn this off. I have like too much stuff going on right now. Too much stuff that's on right now. That's really fun, but either one. Cool. And then this is CG Journalist at Digital Domain, just another artist that was on ArtStation. CG artists are more cinematic graphics. You're seeing more highly rendered 3D artwork stuff. It's like using Canada. This is a different ArtStation thing? What is this? Oh, I think this just allows for a nextpharaoh.artstation allows him to showcase his 3D artwork in a much almost like cleaner style. Like there's no need for me to then own a website if I could just put what's it called? Yeah, see, and so when he's doing concept artwork, as long as you give credit to where the art, you know, where the art came from, so some person named Naridik, you know, whatever their concept art that originally came from, and then the individual's just creating a 3D model of that concept art. Just a 3D model rendered, or CGI style. Yeah, there we go. That's awesome. I appreciate the design showcasing some of the topology. Oh, yeah, especially if it's CGI. These are subdivisions, so it's a different type of 3D modeling. This is not. It's more of. It's literally you're taking vectored lines and you're warping them with math. So these are your subdivided or sub-D modeled polygons, which allows, you know, for there's no. Everything needs to be smooth because there is no. Even in real life, there's a whole bunch of indentations and small amalgamations and small indentations within a model. So when it's sub-D, everything's smooth, which allows for a more realistic cinematic look. Even though you could see some kind of harsh lines, all that shouldn't matter too much because everything will be smooth because it's subdivided. Basically, like curved vector lines that are using math equations. And then this is in Maya. This is the UV from the 0,0 point of view. So when you 0,0 model, it needs to sit in a space. It's all mathematical equations. And so from the 0,0 position, you then branch out to have the UV layout for the model. It looks like he's showing off some of the hair rigs. Hair rigs are also mathematical equations. They're usually vectored lines, and you're just controlling, yeah. And then you're grouping the, controls of these vectored polygons. You can almost see the outside of the rig, right? And then the mathematical equation of the hair being projected. Here's the triangles, UVs, edge controls. So 109,000 edge controls, 55,000 vert controls, and 109,440 triangles. So, yeah. And the reason you have 55,000 UVs is for this, for the hair. So there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just even having these 5 polygon kind of shapes, this is producing a math equation that's then spreading or shaping the hair follicles. And then there's also guessing it's probably 55,000 strands of hair. Triangles will also incorporate kind of both sides, so it's probably yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. So and then kind of doesn't need not everything needs to be rendered too. So you're probably wondering, the math doesn't add up. Well, it's 55,000 times by 2, so there's 2 sides of the triangle. So there's one side of triangle facing it's a flat plane. So like a piece of paper, there's going to be 2 sides. And so you have triangles on one side, triangles on the other side. And so that's why you only need one UV. You only need one UV. You only need one UV, but then you're going to have triangles on one side and the other side for shape design. And so then, and then on top of that, some of the hair follicles probably go underneath the model. So I bet, what's it called? Since it's 109,000 and not 110,000, it's probably because those aren't being rendered. So it probably is 110,000. Yeah, 110,000, right? But probably about 1,000 or 600 points of contact, maybe 600 points of contact or 1,000 points of contact. It's either 1,200 points of contact or either 1,200, 1,000, or 500 are going into the base model, and so those don't need to be rendered, so you're not seeing those triangles. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Cool. Gives people a preview of 3D art from a game design standpoint. Oh wait, I already have a copy of it. Oh. Colleen streaming. Super early. Wait, are you telling me double lift is not attack move clicking, but... Okay, wait, no, he is. Wait. No, he's not. What? Yeah, it's really weird. Like, why didn't the enemy team respond to the fact that they're getting sieged? I'm like, what? Team Liquid, Team Liquid, former Team Liquid, Team Liquid, Team Liquid. So like APA, Core JJ, Tactical, all 5 of them are either Team Liquid or former Team Liquid. Like, holy shit. And they're all top 5 in chance queue. Actually, Double Lift would still be the #1 ADC if he decided to play. Yeah, and that is fast as hell. Hold up. They literally took my advice. They literally... it wasn't even the backlash of the players. It was like, Riot Games again, Lexical, like I told her I could do her job better than her, was like... I just said that yesterday, and they immediately, within 12 hours, were like, oh, Deathray already just said something, and they were like, they just like, took exactly what I just said and then applied it. They probably had their teams work like 12 hours to fix it, because it wasn't even just the backlash of the community. I told them, I was like, look, you already have humanoid-looking characters. You already have creature-looking characters. So I was like, you have Kog'Maw, like Bel'Veth, Kog'Maw, Cho'Gath, Ramez, Fiddlesticks. You have monsters and creatures. So I was like, the way I looked at it was basically saying like to them yesterday, and then they probably had their teams work 12 hours to just visually change the character, was like, you know, have creature designs. You know what I mean? Like, you already have Naafiri and Kog'Maw and Cho'Gath. Like, the vast majority of League of Legends characters are already humanoid. Since you already have creature designs, introduce some other creature designs, creature character designs. So they went from less humanoid and more dragonoid. And they, like, literally, this person, Lexical, I was just watching the video on, I could do their job better than they can. It's like, you know, because every year you're going to have a humanoid character, right? But how many years are we going to have a creature character for League of Legends, right? So let's look at the past 3 years, new League of Legends champions. Is there any way to look at? Oh yeah, here we go. Awesome. Champions by release date. That's exactly what I was looking for. Kind of. Yeah, I just need the visual updates. So in 2022, it's like humanoid, 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 humanoid creature. So then you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You had 5 characters in 2022. And I told them 2 years ago, right around here, I said this is too many characters. Like, they were messing up when they were like, okay, they did 3 characters in 2018. Cool. People were like, not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Pretty much a good amount for 2018. And then when they did this in 2020, I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was like, just too many characters. It's just because the characters came out so quick that people like forgot about Yone, forgot about Set, forgot about Lilia. Like there was like, it was like June, July, August, and then we were like, oh Lily, okay, then Yone, and then Samira came out. People were like, yo, wait, Yone's in the game. And like Seraphine came out. People were like, wait, Samira's in the game. And then Rel came out. People were like, forgot about Yone and Lilia. Like the rest of the characters, just too many characters. And in 2021, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, Viego, Chiguin, Arshan, and they came almost like more established, right? People like had more time to try them out, had more time to check them out, had more time to try them out, had more time to check them out, and it was just like, okay, much ease and access and control and visual aspect of storytelling. And then 2022, Zeri, Renata, Belvis, Nylish, Kazante. I would still like it. They would go back to 4 new characters a year. It's just easier, I think more palatable. Every 3 months out of a 12-month year. You could have, every 3 months you could have 4 characters in a year. Just do it in 3-month blocks and really play around that champion theme. Because you could, just from a game design standpoint, it make more sense. Just have 4 new characters a year, every 3 months. The first month release, the 30 days, centered around them. The second month, have a skin line that also incorporates the champion that got released. So then you have another 30 days with like do skin line. People then branch out, try to collect all the skins or get in-game reward. And then the third month to do another skin line or whatever, but just keep it separate. And then that way a champion comes out with their base, and then new skin line comes out next month, and it's exciting for the new champion. So like for example, if you did Zeri in January, then like January, February, March should be Zeri the first 30 days. So you focus on all the aspects of trying to like the story, the character, 30 days, learn the champion. And the second month, come out with a new skin line that has Zeri, and then the third month have a new skin line with Zeri. And each skin line is a 30-day almost thematic gameplay. We have 4 weeks to like get points and get your borders and get your icons and stuff like that, and your emotes. And that would, from a visual game design standpoint, like I said, I can make League of Legends better, is for me to lead their company. So yeah, that's just it's like whatever. But it just goes back to like literally yesterday I told them what exactly to do to fix the character and the lexical, like either took my idea and probably the big backlash from the community, but literally exactly how I broke down why it should be a creature design goes back to you have so many humanoids that you need to incorporate creatures to the game. And it's just like crazy, man. Crazy. And then 2023, oh, nice. 2023, they did exactly how it should be with 4 characters. Awesome. And everything just fits nicely. Characters can learn Melio. They get to see Naafiri, get to see Briar, get to see Hwei. But Hwei kind of came out kind of late in December. So now really, December, January, February, these next 3 months, you're going to see people kind of play the champion more. So Melio should have been in January. Yeah, it's like there was a big gap between November and March. Yeah, Melio should have been January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, and then October, November, December for Hwei. So Hwei should have came out in October, so October, November, December, and he should have been Halloween themed. Hwei should have came out in October, had a Halloween themed skin. November had like a festive themed skin, and then in December have the winter themed skin. That would probably been cool for, And Briar should have like her assassin's theme skin, her summer skin line, and like a fall. Briar should have like a Halloween skin line or whatever to match with Hwei or whatever, so stuff like that. Naafiri could also have like a demonic looking demon dog, and also have like a summer playful scout special forces dog skin line or something like that, and then have like a Halloween themed skin line. Same thing for Melio. Melio should have like a winter themed skin line, a spring kind of themed skin line, like a bee skin line, I guess. Bee like a bee Melio, like bee Melio or something like that. And then have like go into the summer, have like a summer Melio kind of, festive, this kind of some sort of like maybe spring festival design, something like that. Unless you want to give Melio a Halloween or Hollow kind of theme night in the future. I guess that could be kind of cool, where the sprites are like, have skull masks or something like that. Or more of a Day of the Dead, Mexican Quetzal skin line. So yeah, I could definitely make League of Legends better. As from a game design standpoint, I could do the job better than Riot Games, game developers and designers doing their job. Sorry.
Busio Whippo inspired Masu.
I'll leave Kobe here. Oh wait, MREs. Is he drinking Trulies? What is the...
So we should be card players? True. Hi, Death Ray.
Oh.
I'm in Jack in the Box for dinner. Oh, nice.
Uh...
I haven't had Jack in the Box in a while. Okay, I'm gonna go back to mine. Blood. Washing down, but truly. Yes, yes. If you're lucky, you can come. Oh, what M&M? Oh, okay, you know what? I'm gonna check out the. The toiletry bag that comes in here. I do want to try out the gum. See if their guys' gum is yummy. Oh yeah. I do have some. Yeah, don't worry, Death Ray. We're all Gucci. Is it one MRE? Two different ones? I only have one MRE.
Oh, okay.
But yes, let me show you. Whoa.
Oh, it's the napkins.
Oh, what is this towel? Oh my god, bro, it's a napkin, dude.
You can
Dude, okay,
keep
it comes
or
with
have like
I thought it was something
a
cool in
box
here.
of like 6
Can I send it to
MREs
you? No.
or something.
This is from Korean.
They make like amazing. You can.
Also have some matches.
So
Matches are just
yeah, matches are good.
damn. Just for damn kindness, but they will not light when wet after long exposures.
Yeah. Make emergency like camping food.
Let's see.
Just in case.
Ooh, these are military matches. Wait, that's sort of cool.
Yeah, so you can. I'll turn down calling a little bit. For MREs, you can meals ready to eat or something like that. Or meals ready emergency. Can I think about it? Meals ready to eat or meals ready emergency is like really the MREs are designed. They last for like years, and as like a backup source for food. They're not supposed to be like a first source of food. It's more like if you're in an area and we can't eat, then every single airwoman or airman, every single soldier will always have at least like 1 to 3 MREs in their main kind of rucksack or kit in case you need to eat one. But they really are not just meals ready to eat, they're more like meals ready in emergency. And you can keep like 6 of them like in your truck or van or Subaru or Jeep. If you go camping and let's say your main source of food, something happens, main source of food gets contaminated, your main source of food, something goes wrong, you have a backup source if you're camping with your family and friends where you could bust out an MRE and eat that if you're like in the Rockies in Colorado or let's say you're in the Sierras in California, stuff like that. But I don't drink Trulia, but I'm pretty sure those are Truly drinks. Aren't these? What is this? Are they all vodka? What? They're vodka sodas? What? They're not hard seltzer? Oh, it is a hard seltzer. 5% alcohol, 100% calories, 1 gram of sugar. Alcohol in Truly Seltzer comes from fermented cane sugar. Is not a cocktail and does not contain vodka or liquor. What? Oh, the hard seltzer is fermented cane sugar. Oh, that's why it's so appealing. So people are getting drunk off of fermented cane sugar. Using... Okay. What? Oh, Truly vodka sodas are made using... vodka derived from corn, but it's not vodka. It's just fermented corn. So they're taking the Trulia vodka sodas, or not vodka. They're taking the Americas, the South Americans, and Native Americans when they fermented a corn beer into their alcoholic beverages. And so the Truly brand must be majority fermented cane sugar as the hard seltzer. Oh, that's probably why they're doing so good. I see. Yeah, like I don't drink anymore. Like I don't drink at all anymore. But from a design standpoint, they know what they're doing. They're making their product super, hard seltzer, 5% alcohol. They're making their product be super visually appealing to anyone younger. So, but I don't drink anymore. Used to drink a lot. Used to party a lot in the Air Force. Like every Friday, Saturday, men and women and men are house parties, nightclubs, bar hopping, every Friday, Saturday, and I'd maybe go like once a weekend, one day a week. Some folks would party Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the Air Force. I'm like, just bruh, like they're like clubbing and just 4 days a week is just too much. So I'd maybe go clubbing or bar hopping, meet up with Air Force, the Air Force vets. Like maybe once a week I would do. I'd rather be like making artwork, playing video games, spend time with family, talking to family, or talking to people all over the world that I know. And so it's just like, but yeah. So I see what Truly's doing. They built the product, and now they have Truly margaritas. Like, oh my goodness, bro. They're taking over. They got Trulia poolside hard seltzer. They got Trulia originals. But, I would say for like an 8-year period when I'm like, oh god, I probably quantify it. Subtracting the deployments. Subtract the 3 deployments. It's like 6 years of like at least once a weekend, 4 times a month. I had folks that were going 12 times a month to the club, or more. But I would go maybe 4 times a month, like a club or a bar, for like 6 years. And so that's probably 40 times a year, times by 6, like 240 times going out. Like it's just like 240 kind of like parties, like I'm already just like burnt out. It's like 6 years of the 8 years clubbing and bar hopping and house parties. I just I'm good. I'm good. I've already but I see the appeal to Truly. They have everyone in their 20s and 30s are probably drinking Truly. So yeah.
Wait, that's a whole bag. That's awesome here.
So when people talk about they've been clubbing and partying, like no, they haven't. until you join the Army or Air Force, Marines, you will go clubbing and partying 4 times a month, like I did, just minimum to have the social interaction, or you're partying like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the Air Force 4 days a week. People going to the clubs and bars and parties for like 16 parties a month, pretty much, and they're just I know, and there were Air Force men and women spending hundreds of dollars a fucking weekend for fucking months and years partying, like just just not for me. I'm done doing that. Good times for 6 years, but 6 to 8 years, I'm pooped out after like 240 parties, clubs, bars, whatever, house parties, clubs, bars, rodeos, 240 to 280 like minimum, like that, in a 6 to 8 year period. I'm just like I'm pooped out partying, so I'm like cool.
For a little bit.
Oh snap! Nice.
Maybe I'll see you guys in a few hours. Okay, no promises, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, it's like 8 o'clock. I need to.
Thank you, and thank you so much again, Noel. Doing my breakfast.
I'll chill for a little bit.
Let's try the sausage. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Cheers. There you go. Okay. It's really good.
Interesting.
Oh.
Like crackers, cheese, and some sort of mystery food product. But that's.
I'm not gonna lie.
Emery.
I haven't had a patty like this. It's
Is it chicken, pork?
how do I describe it? Hi, Belinda. Hi, gorgeous.
Oh.
I think. It sort of tastes like compact meat. Not like Spam. It definitely tastes like sausage because it is sausage.
Oh, it's pork.
But
Okay.
it's
Okay.
like. How to describe it, guys? I'm so bad at describing. It reminds me of jerky a little bit. But not that chewy though. This one, not. I don't know. It's just like okay. I don't know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Probably tastes like Jack in the Box.
Belinda. Thank you, Ralph. Hey, Nante. It is savory. Yes, sweet, honey. But.
Some sort of pork jerky? Because it's probably fermented. Not fermented. It's probably.
It does taste similar to. What's his name? That guy's sausage. Sorry, spit. That guy's sausage company. Not Jim Jones.
Jimmy Jones?
Was Jim Jones the cult leader?
Oh, Jimmy Dean?
Jimmy Dean!
Ah.
Jimmy Dean.
Like a Jimmy Dean breakfast pork sausage.
Oh my god, that sausage. Bro. Okay. Jimmy Dean. It does taste like Jimmy Dean. But.
No.
But a little more chewier. But really good. Not bad. I just feel like maybe they should give them like 1.5 sausage. I don't know. I just feel like if I was eating this breakfast
Jimmy
a lot, I
Dean's
would be sort of sad.
pork sausage.
But it's not bad. It is very moist. Not dry at all. It's just a sausage, Just a sausage. Nothing crazy. So anyways.
Also.
I think that's my MRE portion.
My opinion. But the best MRE was.
It wasn't. It was in its own bag though.
I think chicken noodle soup.
It was in its own bag.
Also was really good. Oh, spaghetti. MRE.
They did give me a whole packet of syrup, so I'm gonna try this. Hopefully, it makes it more yummy.
I think it was the MRE spaghetti.
It's pretty sweet already, Oh my god, sorry guys. It's loud. Oops. No, okay, anyways. I'm gonna put some syrup on this. Okay, I actually also never put syrup on, like my meat. But yeah, I put some syrup on it.
Yeah, MRE menu. There's a specific name. It's MRE menu 20 spaghetti with beef and sauce. is pretty. I mean, among the
You still really hear me too?
Menu 20.
I'm not gonna lie though. I think I'm done eating, guys. You know what? I might put on 9 Day Fiancé while I finish my MRE.
One of the better tasting ones.
I might eat the rest, but
decent. It's decent.
I don't know if I just want to eat, and you guys watch me eat in big screen.
When people would.
What are your feet size? I am 7.5. But I think for sneakers, I need size 8. Oh, and then you go to the club. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, are you guys cool with just watching a little bit 9 Day Fiancé and then I go?
Yeah, enjoy.
Sorry, guys. Actually, stream was for today. Don't know how. It's already
Yeah, it's like MRE menu 20 spaghetti beef and sauce was like one of the better tasting ones that people would like trade other MREs for.
Also, Ralph, have a great dinner. Thanks so much for the raid for the sub again. You have an amazing time tonight for the club. Thank you. I will try to have fun with the club. Okay. Oh yeah, I also have this. Shoot, should I try it right now? It's the orange. I was going.
Yeah, like if like if I still had to get dressed up and like go to the club, sure. It's like going to Vegas, basically. Get dressed up, go to Vegas. But after 6-8 years of partying, house parties, clubbing, rodeos, bar hopping, I'm saying pooped out from clubbing in the 20s. So I was doing his thing. Kobe's doing his thing.
My water's. Oh, I'm stupid. Just water that was just cooked. Okay, yeah, no, we're good, we're good. Okay, anyways. Okay, I think I'm gonna drink out of the bag, okay? Let's get some bag water so I'm really immersed. Or should I, just get a cup? Too much in the water, so that's so cool. I don't know. Just put it in the cup. Just kidding. Okay, I'm gonna get a cup, guys. Add it to your bong. Or you know what? Maybe I can add it to my water bottle. Okay, this is enough water. Or
No, don't you need the water into the water element?
12 fluid ounce. Okay, this is perfect.
Yeah, watch out for the powder.
Perfect. Okay, I'm pouring it in. I drink
Orange drink.
a lot of electrolytes.
Yep.
Cool.
Basically Gatorade.
Alright. We have it. Is that Tang? Orange. Should this go for show? No. It goes
Ish.
to the,
Like.
in the cup.
I like.
Shake it up. Mouth give me orange glow. No. Okay, guys.
Yeah, basically orange
Thank you so much again
Gatorade-ish
for
like
hanging out with me.
electrolytes.
I'm gonna watch the 9 Day Fiancé and finish the rest
Bingo,
of my
yeah.
play. Oh wait, we have more food.
And Air Force is called orange.
Wait, we have a
Oh.
maple muffin top. Wait. Let me see what this is. Okay, after this though, I'm going to go watch the 9 Day Fiancé and finish.
Also the
that's like a
the chocolate and white cookies and MRE are also wanted and coveted.
Oh, it's really just a muffin top.
Yeah, more like a cake bread.
Let's take a bite. Ready? Cheers.
They're kind of mini cakes. Think of like a preserved mini cake.
Fresh.
They're like preserved mini cakes. Yeah.
It tastes
Cake
like,
bread is also good. Muffins aren't mini cakes. They're just preserved mini cakes.
It does taste like cake. Yeah, it tastes like cake. It's not dry. It's pretty moist.
Yeah.
Pretty moist.
Because once it's hermetically sealed.
It sort of tastes like Hostess cakes. Kind of.
Yeah, Hostess.
Yeah,
Yeah, Hostess vibe.
They tried. You know, I feel like they tried.
Could be ginger or pumpkin.
They gave them dessert. That's good. But it's honestly not very good though. I give this like a 4 out of 10.
Because it's not. Yeah.
Oh, it is? That's cool. Let's see
The flavor? Is it like?
There's no energy. There's only 3 grams protein. Here. Are you looking at the nutrition facts? I don't think there's any energy in this.
Oh, maple muffin. Oh, maple muffin. So a preserved maple mini cake.
Calories. Oh, whoa! This is more calories than the sausage. This is 280. The sausage patty was only 220. So, I don't know that. I don't like it.
Yeah, and the maple is like, but the chocolate cookies and the white cookies are what people would trade for with MREs if you get one of those.
And watch the 9 Day Fiancé.
And actually, like the spaghetti. The spaghetti. The spaghetti with beef meat sauce is like the better MRE. And I think like there's like a what's it called? There is a. Sort of like an MRE, like chicken noodle soup or something like that. Yeah, that's what.
You guys are so nice today. It's really
Oh, is it menu 3? Yeah, chicken noodles and vegetables in a sauce. Yeah, this one is. I mean, my favorite. Everyone has different ones or whatever, but. Oh yeah, beef ravioli is really good.
I'm not leaving yet. In like 30 minutes. I'm just not gonna go on full cam anymore. Oh, also,
How many do you get?
Cheers. Let's see how the orange electric. How my orange electric drink is.
Oh my goodness, the case is $140. What?
A 9 out of 10.
Are you telling me they're $20 each?
The crackers are like a 2. Not very good. Or
What?
I give it a 3.
It's $131. It's $130 for a 12 pack? God damn.
Okay.
That's crazy.
My favorite show. My favorite show.
Yeah, like camping, emergency food order, but
So drowsy.
What?
Driving. What you mean?
Are you telling me it's $20 just for one? Dude, that.
Okay.
That's. Is that a little too expensive?
Oh.
It's $130 for just a case of 12.
You guys want some sausage?
Yeah, they want you to buy a case because if you buy them individually, they're $20 to $25 individually. Menu 16, the burrito bowl wasn't even that good. But chili with beans is good. Yeah, chicken noodles like coveted, even though it's number 3. Basically, chicken noodles like number 1. Barbecue shredded, I never liked it. Some people liked it.
But it was good.
Beef ravioli is really good. Beef stew is really good. I think meatball marinara was like decent. Chili beans was decent. Spaghetti with meat sauce, to me, is like either number 2 or number 1. It's pretty good. That's about it. I mean, everyone has different opinions, but I would say just like chicken noodle. Barbecue shredded is like okay. Beef ravioli is good. Beef stew is really good. Chili beans like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like I like 7 of them, but the rest people like them for different reasons. Mexican style chicken stew. I think I could say 8. I forget if I liked this one, if I didn't like it. And the rest I wasn't really that big of a fan of, but teach their own. I think Southwest beef and beans. I think it was also pretty good, so I take that back. Maybe 9 of them that I liked. But in terms of preference, I would go chicken noodle and spaghetti with meat sauce and chili beans and beef stew. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If I had a top 4, 1 spaghetti with beef meat sauce, 2 chicken noodle, 3 beef stew, 4 chili beans. Probably like a top 4, but
yeah, guys, if you don't know, they actually got married and we moved in. It was actually your dinner, pretty much. Dude, Fox, I gotta have the different MREs, bro. Got the wrong one. Oh well. That wasn't beef? No, it's a sausage patty. Pork, right?
MRE 3.
Sausage patty. Well, I guess it is beef.
Oh, menu 9.
Oh, it's pork.
Menu 1. Oh, yeah, duh. Menu 4. Okay.
I'm gonna skip one.
Yeah, Emery 20, Emery 4, Emery 9, Emery 1 are all good. Emery. My AirPods
Pork.
90 Day Fiancé is really appealing because you get to see couples recording their journey in love as they try and within 90 days to fall in love and get married and all that. And so 3 months, 3 months of basically dating every single day. So this lady, American, went off to India to marry and date an Indian gentleman. And so they have 90 days to... Nice.
I'm getting picked up at 8:30. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Oh.
I'll see you guys later, okay? No date. I'm going to go to the clerk. Hold on, sorry. I feel like I'm a little drunk already. You tell. Oh, cheers to everyone. Have an amazing night, everyone. Love you guys. No Claudio guy, no girl. I'll be with Caitlin. I'll be with Zilly. You know, check in and stream a little bit, but probably not forever. You'll be able to turn it on real quick. Yes. Good night, everyone. Chug the Truly. Do pre-gaming. Yes. Turn up. Turn up. Okay, wait. I'm gonna go in like 2 minutes. Huh? We can listen to a hype song and then I'm gonna go. Okay, hold on. Good night. Love you guys. Hold on. I put on Zooby Zoo. Okay, wait. Let me find a better one though. This is just the first one I saw, okay? Relax.
Stupid thing. Water is still in Harbin.
Can we just be arriving already? I can't with this freaking book anymore. You told us the scrub story? Scrub your body? What is scrubbing? Okay, we're here. Finally. They don't want 东北大地方. That's funny.
Play wasted.
Are you 5'3"? No, I'm a 6 feet. Oh, I was walking on here. I was like walking for the what's it called? Skewers? Yeah, I'm 6 feet. You're not 6 feet. Alright, you're not 6 feet. How tall is 6 feet? Hey, Kilo Clout. Are we here? Wait, where are we? Hey, Death3! What's going on? Dude, did he fart or something?
Hey.
I can't.
Oh no, did the driver pass gas in the car? Oh man, I hope she can crack the window, but it's too cold outside. Fresh air.
Oh, I can't even fucking move. I'm too stiff right now. Chat, we have arrived at this whatever golden hours Western restaurant, but in Russian, I don't know what's it called.
Oh, that's Russian.
Yeah.
That's...
Can you try to read it?
If Americans tell Kakona, what's Russian?
There's one, yeah.
Yeah, what is it?
Chat, what's the one called? Morad. KKOMRADE. It's like a comrade. Comrade? That sounds weird. But yeah, anyways. Let's go! This is recommended by the locals here, so let's take a look.
Oh, it's the little thing.
Do they have more inside, or just this one? Probably just this one.
Good luck.
Oh, thank
okay,
you.
nice tile floor.
Thank you.
Door. Nice, you have the double doors to...
Oh, it looks pretty full.
Double doors to stop the cold.
Oh, it's a long wait.
Shit.
Oh my god,
we're packed.
It's a really long wait. Right?
Yeah, people just sitting around on buckets. People
Must be good,
are
the other
sitting
one I went
on
to, there's
buckets.
no people.
Oh, I went to one that has no one.
What?
Yeah.
Is it coffee
What?
Russia coffee shop? That's the one.
Yeah, I went in there
So,
too.
so
Oh my god.
And then I left.
Wait, you
A
didn't order
Russian
anything?
restaurant?
Oh my god. I mean, at least I had something. I got something. Alright, chat. I'm gonna go talk to the people.
Yeah, sweater is key when you're in like single digit weather. Probably got to be 4 or 5 layers deep. Clothing.
怎么排队？
在这儿排。
哦。
几位？
2位。
需要得40分钟以上。
I thought Colleen. Oh yeah, yeah.
怎样 ？OK， 那我先排一个吧。
手机号码。
Bro, it's $130 for a case of 12 MRA, and then it's like 20, 25 individual. That's
Oh my
crazy.
God. It's gonna be 40
That's
minutes
rates.
wait,
That's crazy.
chat.
Oh, worth.
So, yeah, I was telling him my phone number. He asked for my phone number. Too long? Yeah, it must be good. So I put my names in, and 40 minutes.
Bro,
is
it took.
fast. We can just stall a little bit. Yeah, I feel actually Russian workers inside. So I think it's supposed to be good. One of the best here, I think.
He doesn't look very happy. The Russian worker.
Oh, I didn't even see the Russian. I didn't even see. Okay.
Dude, it took me 1 hour and 40 minutes to get in and out on a Thursday night.
Wait, you can go home. Wait.
The guy who was standing outside earlier. He just had a poker face, like.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Face.
I think that's how they.
And I got there at like.
The weather just too cold.
For example, I got there like at like 10:20ish, 10:23, and like I didn't get back till like 11. It was almost like 11:50 at night or whatever. It was already. Wait, 40. My bad. It was like an hour and 20 minutes. My bad. It was like an hour 20. Like 1 hour and 20 minutes.
I want to try the famous ice cream and the famous drink.
Can't think about it.
Ew, what is that?
Yeah, it was like 1 hour and 20 minutes to get in and out. Like, it was like, dude. I was hoping when I got there like 10:20, 10:23, I was like, oh, okay, cool, man, it might be 30 minutes. No, it was like it was like an hour 20 or an hour 40, and I think it might have been an hour 40 because I got there at 10:20. I didn't think about the 10 minutes to drive there, and or like the 10 to 13 minutes to drive there, and then the 11 to 14 minutes to drive back. Ish. Yeah, it might did take an hour 40. I was just like, damn. That's why I gotta get dinner now. What do we do? Either make dinner or get dinner now. I'm just like, dude, I don't feel like I gotta just straight up, bro. I'll tell Kobe. I was like, bro, it took me like.
Just be cool. Yeah, just be cool. Be cool. Act like we belong here. We go in and we just act like we belong there. It's all good. T1 strats.
Gigi not trying for you? Wait. Gigi is not trying that for you? Trying what?
Baker does recognize me. He in makeup, he saw me and he gave me a thumbs up. Classic. He doesn't just do that to everybody.
People mountain, people sea.
That was crazy, man.
He kind of does.
Yeah, it either took an hour 20 or an hour 40 just to get in and out on a Thursday. It's like not even Friday or Saturday. I'm just like, dude.
Alright, we got a game. But Cloud9 has entered the Rift.
Okay.
This one?
Oh, tying. I thought you said trying.
And as California population continues to like increase, as California population can increase, it's gonna take longer to get in and out in the future. So like, I just gotta enjoy the freaking 1 hour and 20 minutes to get food in and out now versus 10 years from now. It's gonna be like longer lines, just longer waits. I didn't.
You ever come back to the Bay Area? Yeah, I did for Thanksgiving and Christmas. My parents still live there, so I go back a lot.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's awesome. I didn't know that Kobe, his parents live here in the Bay Area. Awesome.
I like how easy it is.
Nice fudge, double lift, dark wings, fake god. It's a fudge, dark wings, Aya, fake god, double lift, breezy.
Sometimes they're like, yeah, I haven't been back to see my family in like 5 years or something.
Is he not cold?
Except my brother. My brother lives on the East Coast now. But thankfully we do have leagues events a decent amount. So I've gotten to invite him to those.
And we've seen quite a few large-scale
Throwing Liberty.
Studio is probably
Dune, there's an MMO called Dune Awakening? What?
Best known for their multiplayer
Driver
survival
fly.
game
I used
Conan
to drive.
Exiles, but they also have a long
Well, I just
history
hate
of
to-
making the more traditional style MMO, including Anarchy Online back in 2001 and Age of
Oh,
Conan.
they're in alpha footage. Gotcha. So the Dune Awakening MMO.
We can expect. It actually sounds like they're planning something akin to a Battlefield or PlanetSide experience. So you'll have ground troops running around with ranged and melee weapons. There's also some elements of magic in this game. They'll be skirmishing in groups or solo players.
But it's alpha footage, so just kind of throw away the alpha footage out the window.
And secrets from resources.
Unless they're using Unreal Engine 4 or Unreal Engine 5, maybe?
After a storm comes by, when the dust settles.
Did it say?
World survival MMO being developed by Funcom. Now, this studio is probably best known for their As of yet, we have not actually seen any raw gameplay.
These are all CGI footage.
Information about Dune Awakening.
Or could be Unreal Engine 5, but it depends on what they're doing. Could just be CGI.
Pre-alpha trailer with some in-engine footage, which I thought looked good, but of course we will have to wait and see until we actually see the game running, controlled by a player, or better yet, get to play the game ourselves. But from what I've seen and heard so far, I think this one seems...
It could be Unreal Engine 5.
Awakening is set to enter Steam Early Access in 2024. They have already begun beta testing and have actually had a few rounds already. In fact, they're still actively testing as far as I'm aware, and you can register to enter and be accepted over on their website. Once Human is a third-person open-world MMO that heavily combines systems and mechanics from both the looter-shooter and survival games genre. Now, this one kind of came out of nowhere and has been a real pleasant surprise. I played it for a few days recently as part of a sponsorship, but then once that was done, I kind of just kept on playing, and it's been that way for nearly a week so. This game reminds me a lot of other games that I've enjoyed. It's like a mix of The Division, Defiance, Secret World, and survival stuff all put on top of it. We got a lot of survival in our MMOs nowadays, but I guess that's just how it is. So yes, on one hand, it feels just like an open-world looter shooter, a la The Division, Defiance, or even Firefall. You'll go around the open world doing PvE stuff, fighting enemies and bosses, collecting materials and loot. This world is completely open. There's no loading screens as you're walking around and moving through the zones. And you'll see all of the usual expected flora and fauna of the different biomes that you explore, but jam-packed within that is a lot of locations, points of interest, and activities to do that kind of fill that shooting game, looking for loot, harvesting resources.
So Once Human
So first there are
looks
the strongholds.
like a MMO survival PvE activity.
Enemy camps. Locations will consist
Cool.
of various settlements, outposts,
Good stuff.
hospitals, military bases, all sorts of things that will have a number of objectives within them.
Oh yeah, Blue Protocol. Nice. I'm glad this person brought up Blue Protocol. I'm looking forward to playing Blue Protocol because it's made by, I think, Bandai Namco, so it should have a good storyline. Core Punk? Interesting. Project
Most strongholds that we've
Triple
seen
L?
have had basically
Asphalt?
hidden side quests or objectives.
Blizzard and Riot and Sony's MMOs. So Blizzard's doing something with the MMO world. Riot, of course, has their MMO, and Sony's making their own MMO. Talking about WoW, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2, and SO. Packside Arcade 2, Ragnarok. Yeah, I get it. Okay. No, but also this individual is talking a lot about this game called Once Human because they played it for a lot, so
NPC-filled towns with vendors and side quests.
yeah, it's like Division plus Dead Island plus survival horror.
Towers. There are boss fights. These are called monoliths. We've already fought a few. There was the Foul Shadow Hunter, which was like this twisted mutant with a gun for a hand and had all sorts of different things like summing up ads and shooting rockets and spewing out poison pools. And then there was this tree ant boss, this big tree creature that summoned giant tentacle branches and spit out bubbles that would track us down. It even shot down a freaking laser beam. And on top of these boss fights, there are additional kind of more typical group dungeons that you can do. The game's got PvP with open world PvP events, areas that are marked on the map where if you walk into it, you're flagged for PvP. You compete for rewards. There's also base raiding mechanics. If you go on PvP servers, it's like PvP all the time. You can actively attack other players' bases. And that is just like the kind of MMO looter shooter side of the game. There's like 50% of the game that's also straight up survival games. Survival systems like stamina, sanity, hydration, and hunger. There's full on base building with blueprints and all sorts of
So Once Human has like a ton of survival mechanics built into the game.
50% of the game that's also straight up survival games. Survival systems like stamina.
So stamina,
sanity,
hydration, and hunger is built into the MMO. That, since there's 4 survival kind of rig elements attached to your character, you have to do more,
Mission
maybe?
Hunger,
Defend bases, fight for bases, or
base
base
with
building.
blueprints and all sorts of,
That's
besides
probably
constructing
super
a building,
fun.
you can do all these
Construct.
crafting stations, refineries. There's like base defenses. There's of course gathering to go along with this crafting and base building. There are mobile camps that act as respawn points. You can do as you're out exploring difficult areas. There's a ton of progression systems like this cradle that you have on your back that unlocks blueprint for base building, and also has these power-ups called overrides. There's a whole blueprint system where most of the game, pretty much all of the gear in the game, comes through crafting, player crafting. Yeah, there's a lot to this game. It's a fairly dense and kind of interesting combination of different
like
genres.
Division,
Frankly,
fantasy, survival horror.
why I'm most excited is because, yes, it reminds me of a lot of games that I've played and enjoyed in the past. Now, all of that said, there's a real high possibility that this game will have, yes, some form of pay to win and pay to progression. That's pretty much almost guaranteed. In fact, already we know that the higher rarity star rating blueprints for gear has some sort of gacha system tied into it to unlocking and getting those a higher.
Okay, yeah, if they have a gacha system, then they're like also probably copying some stuff from Riot Games and from other gacha games where you're spending money to have access to like loot crates to then get options to open up like rare, mats and materials or rare blueprints for this MMO to then build her equipment. So if someone says pay to win, whales can show up and probably buy more access to these either loot mats or loot blueprints.
Highest tiers of gear. But that said, I've played like 30 hours now at the point of this recording, and I have not even really seen this stuff come into effect, although it is a beta, so maybe it's not as it will be.
Oh, I should finish this later. I need to either make dinner or go buy dinner. What am I doing?
I don't really know them. It's just this thing is not. But Chess still can't hear us.
Nope.
Oh, so annoying. Yeah, this Wi-Fi is stupid. Wi-Fi is not working somehow. Oh, chat can't even go outside like this. But I think the first day was.
And also because a ton of restaurants like closed kind of early. Like I gotta just, even if I want to get like Japanese food really quick or something, one of my favorite Japanese restaurants closes. Yeah, they close like in 30 minutes. Like, I kind of took too long. Can't really get ready to go pick up food from this spot. So I'll probably just end up. I'll just get some Indian food or something. I think my Indian spot's up until. Yeah, my Indian spot's up until 9:30. So I got like an hour. I'm just gonna change, get ready, and pick some Indian food really quick.
Alright guys, let's get some KFC break.
Oh my god. Please. Please back. Please be back. I want to give I always call you Cece. I want to give Gigi a makeover. Because I think she's really bad at doing makeup. Seriously. Like, she did makeup, but she doesn't look like she have makeup on.
But isn't that
No, that's not. That's not the good face. You know, like, I think you look exactly the same. Oh! Mona's is back, but there's no juice. What's good? Oh, I just realized that their Coca-Cola is not Coca-Cola. It's I'm mean? So when I say you're like your makeup, because it's just true.
But cats always do that.
You are not mean because you're speaking the truth. Yeah, but they said I just realized because I couldn't read them. They said, stop being mean, Wawa.
They always like it.
Yep, that was me. She said no. She said no, Cap.
Another. Oh, also, I gotta get rid of this stuff. Another candle.
Next stream, Ricky will look like this, like a clown. I want to actually do her makeup and then give her a makeover. I think she has really good potential to look really. I'll make you look like ABT. She's like, oh really?
Like when like
the crazy, like
Oh.
slay. Huh?
Didn't you tell me you had a dream this morning?
I had a dream? Weird, man. I had a dream this morning before I woke up. And I was like trying to go back and pee. And then Gigi turned around and then this crazy makeup on her face. I was like, what happened? There's a lot of makeup. Oh, jeez. I've been having really weird dreams. I've been having really weird dreams. I think it's the radiator, right? Yeah, that thing is making me like having like fever dreams.
The pickle of garlic. So she didn't even eat enough pickle garlic.
Dude, I tried the pickle garlic yesterday.
Which one? The green one?
Yeah, from the market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same or different?
Not my thing. Sorry, Northerners.
So good.
No, it's not.
It's good.
No, it's not that good. It's not that good, guys. Who is she on the right? She is Gigi. Gigi. Oh my god. This guy says, stop sitting and chatting with each other. Show me something interesting.
Oh my
Bitch,
god.
stop already.
Oh my god, always. You know, there's one.
Do this, do that. Go outside. Stop sitting.
There's one
Stop
day
eating.
I was at this snake farm.
I feel so bad.
And I streamed the snakes for a whole morning. I sat down right when I was about to leave. Somebody showed up like, oh my god, show me some snakes already. Holy fuck, fucking piece of shit. Got 'em.
Alright. Anyway, oh, we ordered. Okay.
Yeah.
Something we want. Actually, that fries looks good.
should just 4 hours streaming. I'll cut the stream in like 3 minutes to keep it even. So just already slept.
No cap. It's actually good.
Stop at yeah. I'll just cut the stream in 2 minutes. I'll cut the stream in like 2 minutes. Oh, dude, nice.
Oh my god. I think my alert is still not working. But I got $100 donation. Oh my god.
Wait, what? Oh.
What the fuck?
Did that wrong?
Thank you, Anonymous. Wait, there's no alert. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Oh my god.
Oh, nice.
It does warm me up. I'm so warm all of a sudden. For sure, because it has ginger. Right? Yeah, it's really warm. Oh my god, I'm sweating. Should we go outside? Do you wanna? Yeah, I'm just worried about the stream, but like seems like it's not fixing even inside, so there's no point here to be here. You want to try? No. Just really at you. Wait, who? Anonymous? Hey, Oni, no. Thank you so much for the punches. It's very cool to see Dizzy drinking Pepsi on your stream. What?
It's a Pepsi lover.
No way.
Yeah.
Ban this guy. Alright. Maybe
Let's do some gift subs. Let's do some gift subs.
Ban this Pepsi lover guy. Maybe over there. Oh my god, I just realized like the girls. Oh my god, so cute! The gloves are on the feet. On the baby's feet. I realized the girls across us, they speak English. So I feel like, I kind of feel awkward like speaking to the chat and then like being so dumb. Thank you. Woo! Chat, we're out. Wait, they haven't called me yet. What's going on? I'm hungry. Did I give him the right number? I think I did, yeah. Pretty sure. Pretty sure I did. Pretty sure I did give him the right number. I realized that the girls that are probably study abroad, it's like a fan. They're like fan, but their Chinese is really good, but also they like study in like abroad or grow up in abroad, something.
Oh, dude.
I heard
it's like the chicken nugget, the KFC here is like our McDonald's. The girls.
I got 10 gifted subs.
Oh, wait, what? Jesus, what's going on? Thank you so much. Thank you, Desiree, for the 10 gifted subs. I hope chat is Wait, maybe I shouldn't put it here. Okay, you know what? I just hold chat. This is probably the best I can do. How can I fix this web page not available? Probably resend the feed, maybe? Desiree, thank you so much. Thank you for the 10. Oh, we're in scan tray now. Woo. Thank you. I heard them speak English. Yeah, they're pretty quiet. And then when I leave, what happens? Oh. When I was trying to leave, I see the grandma like staring at us. Grandma with the two girls. Yo, Mangrove! Thank you so much for gifted sub too. Oh my god! That fucking guy! Wait, I thought this guy's out. Wait, Mangrove give this broke boy.
Oxy's chilling.
Sorry.
One piece.
Wait, chat. Is the cookie actually $28 per packet?
I see what I thought I just saw.
$28?
Your tongue is frozen. $28.
Dude, I'm so cold. For 4 packs? Then it's not that bad. Is it? So $7 per pack. Yeah. But you know, if you think, I think if you think it's too expensive, just don't buy it. Right? I think freaking Lamborghini is too expensive, so I don't buy it. You know what I'm saying?
Pre-game. Y'all are already toasted. Pre-game. Dilly, he needs to get tested.
I get it.
He has the variola virus. It's the pox virus.
I've never seen it.
And what is happening?
Save your cookie money for tier 3 stuff. You'll be happier. Oh my god.
Dilly, you have to... Okay. Caitlin just spanked Dilly. Okay.
Pretty busy. Anyways, pretty busy street. So Gigi, how are you feeling today? You feel... You lost your voice all the time, man.
Dilly, gotta work on your squats and lunges.
You sound like a male duck right now.
But the spots on his arms. Or before I go, just the spots on the arms is the variola virus or pox virus. He needs to get tested. That's an active infection. Both his arms, both his forearms. This is the variola virus, or smallpox virus, or the monkeypox virus. But the variola virus is the pox virus, and this is an active infection on both his arms. He needs to get tested. Just heads up, just a friendly heads up. Oh man! All right, let's go through.
She's like, you're not. I can feel it. You're not. And I was like, touch it.